Name search shows. But your image via finished. This is
Good. Is it working? Very good. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all in Tallinn. My name is Gert. I'm from the Foreign Ministry of Estonia. And it is with great pleasure we see all of you having battled the blizzards and the wintry weather to be here in Estonia with us. As you all know by now, we are proud to host EuroDIG, actually the 10th anniversary of EuroDIG this summer here in Tallinn. I promise you the weather will be better in the beginning of June. And you can enjoy Tallinn at its greatest in sunshine and a never-ending day, actually. With great pleasure, Estonia has looked at the discussions going on at EuroDIG and last year in Brussels, and we have been following closely and are very proud that we get the chance to host the discussions ourselves. We hope for a very fruitful planning meeting today, and of course a wonderful EuroDIG then in the beginning of June. But without any further delay, it would be my pleasure to pass the microphone to the president of EuroDIG, Thomas, if he wouldn't mind leading us through the day. Thank you.
Thank you. As it is very early in the morning, I prefer to remain seated and save the energy. But he was standing. I think that was giving a good impression. My name is Thomas Schneider. I come from Switzerland, and I'm not the president of EuroDIG. That doesn't exist. What I am for the time being is the president of the board of the EuroDIG Support Association, which is a structure that has been created 5 years ago in order to basically allow the EuroDIG secretariat to have a bank account so that Sandra and everybody do not need to use their own personal bank accounts. And it has developed over time into a more professional structure below the EuroDIG conference. So this is just a structure that is there to make sure that there are procedures that are followed, but it has no influence. Nobody, neither the members of the association, which was founded in Stockholm and has been existing since then, nor the members of the board of this association have any special impact on the program or on the issues or on the focus of EuroDIG. It's a purely administrative thing, so just to make that clear. First of all, I'd like to thank our Estonian friends for hosting us here, and I'd like to tell everybody that it's a real pleasure to work with them. It's really a very good experience, and we are very much looking forward to EuroDIG, to the conference. With regard to this meeting, thank you all for coming here. The purpose of this meeting, of course, is to look at what the Secretariat has done with the 129 proposals that for substantive discussions that have come in, and to see whether you as representatives of the community like what has come out of this, and that we move one step closer to the final program of the conference. That's the key thing, and then we can discuss an overall theme like every year. And I'll stop here. Maybe it would be good to make a quick tour de table so that we all know each other. Fortunately, there are some new faces, so that we are not always the same people. So that also brings me to the point, also to the remote participants, that EuroDIG is an open process. It's good that we have a number of people that are consistently participating, but this is not a closed club, so it's open at any time for anybody who is interested to join this. It's a bottom-up driven process. There is no top-down decisions. It's really you who decide what EuroDIG is about, what we should discuss. And so this is an invitation for everybody to join and actively participate, because this is what we're here for. So would you want to start presenting yourself? Because nobody knows you, I guess.
Okay, so my name is Sandra Hoferichter. I'm the so-called Secretary General of this association. This also means I have no influence on the EuroDIG program, or I have no power to execute. I'm just responsible for keeping the process going on and for running the Secretariat. And this is honestly sort of an administration matter. And I'm with the EuroDIG since its early days. And well, I still here and intend to do it for another while.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elvana Thaci. I'm with the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe is an institutional partner of EuroDIG. We've been supporting EuroDIG since its inception. I work in the Media and Internet Division of the Council of Europe's Director General on Human Rights and Rule of Law. And I am the head of the Standard Setting Unit. This is my first meeting. I've been to all EuroDIGs, I think, but first preparatory meeting of EuroDIG, and I'll try to contribute as much as I can. Thank you.
Which way are we going? Hello, my name is Maarit Palavirta. I'm from the Internet Society, and we are also an institutional partner at the EuroDIG. And I have been working with this organization for years, and the EuroDIG still remains for the European region and the European part of the Internet Society the key event to discuss internet governance matters. So look forward to working with this group again this year. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Marta. I'm here representing ETNO, the European Telecom Network Operators Association. Long name. We will also be becoming institutional partners, I'm glad to say. This is my second preparatory meeting. I've attended in Brussels last year as well, and I look forward to working with you during this year, 2017. Thanks a lot.
Morning, my name is Michael Rotet, former host of EuroDIG in Berlin from ECHO, the Association of the Internet Industry in Germany, and I joined EuroDIG at the beginning, and I guess I missed one or two, but that's it.
Good morning, I'm Elena Plexida. I'm with the European Commission. We hosted the EuroDIG last year with EURID, the .eu registry, and I will pass the floor to Megan to say the rest about the...
Thanks. Good morning. I'm Megan Richards from the European Commission as well. Elena has already talked about last year. The European Commission has also been a very big supporter of EuroDIG in general and specifically. And we are very interested in making sure this year's 10th anniversary is a particularly important one. We think that this is really the time also for Europe to have an even more important role, let's talk about it that way, in internet governance, which is not a sole role, but a more important and more substantial role, particularly in terms of supporting the principles and values that we respect in internet governance. And we look forward to participating also because Estonia will be having the presidency of the European Council shortly after that meeting in June. And so it's a really timely occasion for us all to get together and have a really good multi-stakeholder event in June.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Giacomo Mazzone from European Broadcasting Union. We are a partner of EuroDIG since the beginning, and we have hosted one of the first EuroDIG. I think that this year will be very important, as Megan said, because this will be the return of the global IGF in Europe. It will be in Geneva again after 13 years by the WSIS, that is the founding moment of the IGF was in Geneva. So all the process started there, and I think that is very timely that at the beginning of the new cycle of 10 years, we start again from Europe. Because I think especially in this moment when other parts of the world are less open to dialogue, we can push again for dialogue.
No, it's hard to follow up after this last sentence, but I'm Andrea Beccalli. I work for ICANN out of the Brussels office doing the engagement with all stakeholders in the region. We are also, as ICANN, partners of EuroDIG. We sponsor the EuroDIG Secretariat, and we're looking forward to this space to bring our technical / policy aspects into the discussion, but also to listen and to learn and to see how the multi-stakeholder model develops in other forms outside of ICANN.
Hi, my name is Bernhard Heiden. I'm here on behalf of Young Pirates of Europe, which is a federation of European digital rights and pirates youth organizations. I'm participating in EuroDIG since Berlin, and this is my first planning meeting, and I'm very intrigued to find out how this actually works. But on the other hand, I'm also here to ensure that youth participation is not only a word that you're using and that it doesn't fall under the table. And I think this is very important, and I will do my best to, nudge you in the right direction.
Yrjö Länsipuro. I'm the chair of ISOC Finland. I was one of those who met in Paris at the ICANN meeting 2008 in a street cafe and decided to improvise something that then became EuroDIG. I've been, I think, participated in most of them, and now I'm a so-called subject matter expert for media and content. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dusan Stojcevic. I'm coming from CIDIG. This will be association one day, but now it's a Southeastern European initiative. We have a lot of connections with EuroDIG, for example, joint call for proposals, and we are doing this for a third year. So I'm also participating in preparation meetings of EuroDIG for the third time, and we support EuroDIG since we started this initiative. So that's it.
Good morning, Sorina Telanu, Diplo Foundation and CIDIG as well.
Thank you. My name is Mzia Gogilashvili. I represent Georgia National Communications Commission. This is regulatory authority for electronic communications and broadcasting in Georgia. And GNCC is actively involved in the internet governance issues. And I myself represent Georgia and GAC on behalf of Georgia. And also I'm a member of ISOC Georgian chapter. This is my first preparatory meeting of EuroDIG. That's all.
Hi, my name is Heiki Sibul. I'm coming from Estonian Internet Foundation. It's my first planning meeting, but you all know that it's a very important one because it's in Estonia.
I'm Maria Girtsi from the Estonian Internet Foundation as well. We manage the .ee top-level domain. And my first meeting.
Hi, I'm Carmen Turk. I'm from a very nice and sunny country, this one. I'm based here in Tallinn. I'm an attorney, but I'm also a lecturer in University of Tallinn. It's not going to be my first EuroDIG, but it is my first planning meeting. And I give a microphone to Marianne.
Hi everyone, I'm Marianne Franklin. I'm here in two capacities, representing the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, but it's the British taxpayer that pays my wages because I'm an academic at Goldsmiths University, so I'm very engaged in issues around human rights, the Internet, and the problems with criminalising everyday life. And also I'm here to support EuroDIG as a best practice example of how to do this stuff properly. So, been here for a few years, it's going back to WSIS. Okay, thanks everyone.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Armo. I'm from the Foreign Ministry of Estonia. I work as a press officer but this is first time everything here for me, so I'm a rookie and I hope you will treat me well here. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Olivier Crépin-Leblanc. I'm the chair of the European At-Large organization. That's the European part of the At-Large Advisory Committee, the ALAC, which brings the input of internet end users in the ICANN processes. I'm also a EuroDIG board member. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Nicole Johnson. I'm an economic officer at the U.S. Embassy here in Tallinn, and we've long supported the open multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance. I'm just here today to listen and learn.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Tropina. I'm working for Max Planck Institute in Germany. I'm no institutional partner, but I'm a happy individual contributor. I started, sorry, I got involved with EuroDIG somewhere around 2012, and since then I'm happy to see how it grows and expands and develops. So looking forward to this meeting and to EuroDIG in Estonia this year.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Buckridge. I work for the RIPE NCC. We're the regional internet registry for this part of the world. We're also an institutional partner of EuroDIG, have been for coming up to 3 years now. I'm also a member of the EuroDIG Association Board, and I'm also the subject matter expert for technical and operational issues for this planning process. So I think that's the end of the list.
Good morning. My name is Mikhail Drashevich. I am coming from Belarus and I am representing Baltic Internet Policy Initiative. It's my first planning meeting.
Hello, my name is Marina Sokolova. I'm also from Belarus, and with Mikhail we together represent the Baltic Internet Policy Initiative, which is a hair of the e-Belarus initiative. The Baltic Internet Policy Initiative is registered here in Estonia as Estonian NGO, because in Belarus it's rather difficult to register. I'm with EuroDIG since 2008. And at the present, this is my third year as a MAG member. Last year in Belarus, we had a so-called Internet Governance Forum, which was not based on the multi-stakeholder principles. So this year, it is planned to conduct another Internet Governance Forum, and we hope that it will be more like a multi-stakeholder event. This is one of our most important issues, and the other issue is to involve young people into the internet governance discussions, because in Belarus we have a lot of internet educated young people, but somehow they do not understand that it is important to participate in decision making on European and global level. In addition to that, by the way, why I know so much about the young people attitude. So I teach a course on internet governance, at the European College of Liberal Arts in Belarus, and I see that young people in our country do not understand what does internet governance means and in what way it is possible to participate in it. So I would like and it is my first planning meeting, by the way, at EuroDIG. So these are my issues I would like to bring here. Thank you.
My name is Wolf Ludwig. And as Euro mentioned already, I'm with Thomas Schneider. Euro, one of the three guys who in June 2008 with Wolfgang Kleinwächter had this crazy idea about there should be something like an IGF in Europe. And at this dinner table, EuroDIG, more or less, the concept of EuroDIG was born. I got later involved as part of the secretariat with Sandra. I'm more looking and concentrating myself on the program part of EuroDIG and the program development and working with our excellent subject matter experts, and afterwards the focal points. Sandra will explain the process afterwards in detail. And I will now hand over to Lorena, who is sitting here and managing all our technical stuff. And you introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lorena Jaume-Palassi. I'm the third person in the Secretariat, the Director for Communications and for Youth as well. We have a few tools that are a bit different from the tools that other regional IGF initiatives have. We have a wiki. You will see that within the course of this process this year. And we also have a pre-event, a youth pre-event, where we get all different types of youth from 48 different countries across Europe to get connected and get prepared and work on their own positions for EuroDIG every year. So that's pretty much it. Happy to be here.
Okay, thanks. And I'm giving now the mic back to the chair of the board, to Thomas.
Thank you, and I think we should stop using these titles because this creates an impression that is not really true. Because of course we steer everything from behind, but you're not supposed to know this. To be honest, it's quite nice, if not to say great. I would have better words in German, but in my limited English, I think it's very positive to see it's not a huge group, but it's a very diverse group in terms of gender, age, where you come from geographically, stakeholder-wise. So this is really great to see that the diversity is still enhancing, and I'm very happy to hear your input, because I think that, of course, enriches the process and hopefully also the debates in June. Just a few words about the process. We are now at this stage where traditionally at this time of the year we are looking into what has come in terms of proposals for issues to be discussed from this open call for issues that is generally launched at the IGF to everybody, and then this is processed by the Secretariat, and you've all received, I hope, or if not, it's available on the website, the list of these proposals and the logic of how the Secretariat and together with the subject matter experts try to turn the input into a program that fits the structure of 2 days, because 2 days allows you to have something like 6, 7, 8 plenary sessions and around the same number of workshops that may take place in parallel. And then we have this format of flash sessions that are more flexible, they are shorter, they don't need to be organized as diligently as the workshops and plenaries. So this is more like a spontaneous occasion to present an idea and see whether it gets traction. But for the plenaries and for the workshops, you need to kind of be linked to the community in the sense that this is a self-organized system where a multi-stakeholder group of people is taking care of a particular issue or of a cluster of issues that then tries to come up with an interesting and inclusive list of people that will be key persons. I'm not calling them panelists or speakers because everybody should speak in the discussion. So we try to have a lower threshold or distance between so-called panelists and experts that are on a panel compared to the rest of the audience. And the subject matter experts this is a fairly new term. We used to call them org team facilitators or something else in the past. They are facilitators to help each of the session once it's agreed to organize itself. So they have not necessarily more to say than others, but somebody needs to have a little bit of responsibility in pushing people to get together, to work and fight out the focus of the session and who should be key participants in this. And people from the Secretariat are there to support these organizing teams for every session to see that they make progress, they get themselves organized, and everybody is more or less happy and feels represented or feels taken into every of these sessions. So we really try to be as bottom up as we can, with some kind of support and quality control from the Secretariat and from the core team. So this is basically the idea, and in the coming months after this meeting, so this session will materialize, and then at some point in time we will have a draft program that will be published on the website. But of course sometimes this is work in progress until the very last day before the meeting, but that's life. And it's also part of why this is so interesting. So with this I'm gonna remain silent and hand over to Sandra for guiding you through the next steps of the program.
We want to keep our talks short. I just would like to explain a little bit more in detail how the process is, also time-wise. What we see in blue is actually where we are now. We had the call for issues from 1st of October to 31st, from 1st of October to 31st of December. Then we did a review with the subject matter experts. And we are now already at the stage where we have a draft program. And this is actually new this year. In the past, we were discussing during the planning meeting not yet a draft program, but the proposals only. So this is also a new step, and it's related to the feedback we had from last year, that people said, come on, if we come to a country, if we discuss something, let's discuss something more substantial and not only a bunch of proposals. So we were working really, really hard in January to review the 129 proposals we received during the call for proposals. And well, the program we have now, I handed out hard copies, and you will see it later in the presentation. So we have the planning meeting today. After this planning meeting, we have a 1 week open consultation for this draft program, where everyone, not only you here, but also the community who is joining us online or who can not be able to participate today, they have 1 week to look at the program, say, okay, what's missing, what's unbalanced, I forgot to submit my proposal, can it still be included, and so on and so forth. So we have this 1 week of consultation, and we expect to have a consolidated program by mid-February. This is earlier than in the past, and we hope this will help us to get the key participants to EuroDIG if we have an attractive program at an early stage. In February, March, we will reach out from the Secretariat to form org teams. That means those who submitted a proposal had a chance to indicate, I'm willing to become member of an org team, or I want to be a reporter, or I propose speaker XYZ for the CDIG as well for the EuroDIG, because this was a joint call of proposals. So the same pool applies for the CEDIC, where you can take the people out. And we will reach out to those who submitted a proposal. But of course, if you haven't submitted a proposal, this shouldn't prevent you from being a member of an org team or even becoming a focal point. Just let the Secretariat know once the program is consolidated, not on the draft, but once it is consolidated, just let us know where you would like to get involved in which session and in which role you might get involved, either taking full responsibility as a focal point, and all these terms are explained on our website. What does it mean, being a focal point, being a subject matter expert, being a member of the org team, and what does it mean to be a reporter, because we have a process behind all this so that we get kind of a result. Messages from Tallinn will be, that will be the name this year. Last year it was the messages from Brussels, and by the way, there are some over there for you to take them home. So this will be a process, this open call for org teams from February through March, and in March we will also open the registration. The registration at this time will already imply application possibility for travel support. We could set up a travel support program last year for the first time. We will again be able to offer some support, and please spread these words in your communities that there will be a possibility and people should apply through 1st of March, and I think we will have opened it for 1 month and then go into the process of confirming applications. Session organizing process will last until the last moment, until June. And also here the process is open for everyone to join, even 1 day before, because sometimes it happens people in Estonia find out quite late that EuroDIG is happening in their country. They might recognize, oh well, this is actually a topic I would like to contribute to. So with the wiki, where we put in all the information, what has been discussed and what has been agreed on telephone conferences and so on, people have the opportunity to get up to speed and to find out what has been discussed, and can then, based on this input, still contribute to an org team. Then we have the EuroDIG in June. We will have a day 0. For pre-events, we already have, without even launching a call for requests, we have already enough requests for pre-events and side events, so this is rather surprising for us too. And then in July and September, we are starting the reporting phase, so everything what we have, pictures, videos, transcripts, and the messages will be produced, so that we are ready by September, October, when we start the next call for issues. With the IGF very late in this year, I think it's the last week before Christmas, right? Before Christmas in the Western world. I know Christmas is on another day in some Eastern European countries. So before the 31st of December, we will have the IGF in Geneva. Usually we could use that event to spread the call for proposals a little bit more. It will be difficult this year because there's only 1 week left before we close the call for proposals. So we have to undertake every effort to spread the word even before the IGF takes place. But still you have the chance to submit your proposal until the 31st of December. Or if that wasn't enough, then maybe today. Just looking at one over there. Okay, with this, just a quick overview on what we have received. I'm getting slapped by my colleagues because I always say received, and he says that's totally wrong. So we received 129 proposals for both, for the CEDIG and for the EuroDIG. Last year we had a huge majority of proposals for human rights, so the last year's program was very much dedicated to the topic of human rights. This year we are rather balanced. We have a similar number of proposals in most of the categories, with a slight focus on security, where we have 25. And I'm just wondering, we have 25 in human rights as well, I think because we moved many to the category human rights. And then there are like 9 proposals which not really fit into any of the given categories and are talking about future challenges and other issues. These are the names of our subject matter experts. They are subject matter experts since last year. It was last year a pilot to assign subject matter experts, and we did just ask people where we know if they have an expertise on. There was no open call, nothing. We will see how this emerges in the future. For the moment, institutional partners decided in the retreat that we will proceed with those people for 1 more year, and then we will also open up this construct of subject matter expert to a broader audience, so that everyone has at one point a chance to contribute from this level. Subject matter experts are really very important because they have to know the EuroDIG process in and out in terms of process, and they also have to have an expertise on a subject, so that when we receive 25 proposals on the category security and crime, this person should be actually able to validate if this is really security and crime, or isn't it rather human rights or child protection or whatsoever else. So these people are really rare, knowing the EuroDIG process, having the time to commit, and having the expertise on a certain topic. And I really like to thank all those who are listed here. Without their help, we wouldn't have been able to draft the program which we are going to present today, and it was really such a smooth running through that process, and yeah, thank you. I mean, I said it many times already, but this is really something which took a lot of burden from the Secretariat's shoulder, because there was a time when the Secretariat was reviewing all the proposals, and we are obviously not an expert on all the issues. So this was sometimes a little bit difficult to group and to merge all the proposals. This is a breakdown. I don't go through it in detail, but you will see we are rather balanced. We have, regarding the breakdown of stakeholder group, we have a majority of submissions from the civil society, but also a great number from the academia, from governments, international organizations. Private sector is an issue we have to work on. We have to make the whole internet governance debate more attractive to the private sector, because they have problems to dedicate resources, time and money, and I think time is the bigger issue, to participate in these fora. So we have to make EuroDIG in particular, and also the global IGF, more relevant to the private sector, because I believe if we lose that stakeholder group, the multi-stakeholder model is at stake. And technical community is well represented, and then we have always some who don't want to be assigned in this group and call themselves other. We do not, just to explain, we do not include youth as a stakeholder group anymore. Not because we don't want to have the youth there, but we recognized in Brussels, when we really had a lot of young people participating in EuroDIG, and we had the stakeholder group youth, when registering for the EuroDIG, we had only 6 who assigned themselves under youth. All the others said, I'm academia, I'm civil society, I'm technical community, or whatsoever. So we decided it makes no sense if this gives a wrong impression that we have only 6 young people at EuroDIG. This was definitely not the case. So we decided not to make youth a separate stakeholder group, just for you to understand this issue. Submissions per gender, we have been better in the last year. I don't know why we have such a male dominance this year, but as I see, we have a good gender balance here. And then submissions per region, I did not go through dividing it into what came from the Southeastern European part, what came from the European part, because we do ask for the country of residence or the nationality, the country of birth, so that you, even if you live abroad in the US or somewhere, but you are from Italy, we would still like to include you in the EuroDIG. Also the other way around, if you are a US citizen living in Europe, why not contributing to the European dialogue on internet governance? So there is not really a measurable thing to say this is Western Europe, this is Southeastern Europe. It's too fluent, and we decided not to make this distinction anymore. And then we also receive some of the proposals from other regions, Pakistan, Nepal, the US. They feed into the program, but it is our policy that we do not support visa application letters for those countries, that we do not support the travel. And also if they want to become a member of an org team, of course we won't exclude them, but we will not actively invite people from regions outside Europe to become involved into the EuroDIG, because we believe each region meanwhile has a regional forum and people should contribute to their region or to their national IGF. Okay, so this breakdown reflects actually the submissions after we have gone through it, after we have deleted multiple entries, after we have changed a little bit the categories. Okay, and with this, I stop talking here and I would like to hand over to our first subject matter expert, Olivier. He was reviewing the category access and literacy. And you might just quickly explain your findings in this category and why you did cluster it the way, and what you did propose being workshop flash and so on and so forth. Olivier, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Sandra. I didn't know I was going to be the first one to have a look, so I need to open the document, or maybe we can see it. Are we going to be able to see it from the screen, maybe?
You mean the program, or
The clustering, basically, or. Okay, so we can look at it this way. Okay, fair enough. So basically, access and literacy is a very wide-ranging subject, and we've received quite a few. I think it's 25. In total number of proposals for topics, and so I thought there would be some main lines among those, some of it being primarily access, some of it being primarily literacy, some of it being cross-cutting. So some of the proposals were to do with the access and literacy in the community. You can see there's quite a few requests for that, and that came into a workshop simply because as a plenary, I mean, plenaries might seem to be more important sometimes because you think, well, everybody's going to be there, but there's less opportunity to actually discuss things. And there we were looking really at some topics that needed thorough discussion with the audience. So we've got access and literacy in the community as a workshop that will involve quite a number of people. I would expect it to be some kind of a round table with people being able to exchange issues. Next, literacy. There were a number of proposals looking specifically at literacy in developing economies, submitted by people who were not actually based in Europe, but we do have, Europe is such that our region has got a range of developed and also developing economies, various levels of development. So I felt it was important to deal with this, but there are also issues with the young and with the elderly. It's interesting, we had some proposals as to saying, well, you know, literacy, internet literacy and internet governance literacy for people that are senior or young people as well. So I thought clustering these together, having developing economies, young, elderly, all of these issues which are wide-ranging would be interesting to discuss all in one flash session. Why flash? Because, well, first there's a problem with space, but then also I think it's got to be very dynamic, and flash sessions are very dynamic in their very nature. Next, literacy, cultures and multilingualism. There were a number of cross-cutting issues there. The multilingualism issue is one that we're well knowledgeable about in Europe, and culturally wise also. So I felt that having these all clustered together and getting them to talk together would also be very interesting. And we've never had a workshop, I think we've never had a workshop specifically on this topic. So having this as a workshop was quite an important way forward. Then literacy for refugees, digital citizenship. I think it was Marianne that proposed this topic. I felt that as a workshop, it was going to be a bit difficult to occupy the whole, 90 minutes or something for a workshop, but a flash session would be interesting. I mean, there's a follow-up. There's been some discussion to this in the past already. So as a follow-up, it would be good as a flash session. Yeah, everybody can respond afterwards. Yeah, you can all shoot me if you want, but with blank bullets, please. And then literacy for cybersecurity is cross-cutting again with cybersecurity, and I felt it was also important to have that as a flash session, especially since we have a number of cybersecurity sessions in addition to that. So I'm definitely open to criticism, questions, applause, bribes, anything. Shall I move around? I can certainly start with Marianne, because she was the first one to, and I'll move away.
That's all right, Olivier. No, I think partly it's also to do with the 31st of December pitch I made. In fact, last year we had 2 packed workshops on issues around access for newcomers. So I think what I'm trying to put forward is, out of those 2 full workshops, to move the discussion forward to some of the policy challenges for the access issues. Many refugees are already extremely literate, extremely digitally aware, so it's a very mixed group. So much as I get your point about the flash session, it's gone beyond a flash session already. We had 2 extremely successful workshops, so I would just like to suggest that there is more than enough material and issues, perhaps with the multilingualism. Yeah, I think we assume with literacy that we're going to teach people how to be literate when they're already literate. The issue in many cases is about access and the terms of use and access. So Olivia, maybe we can reconsider the flash session.
So you mentioned, did I hear you correctly, that you mentioned perhaps putting the literacy for refugees, digital citizenship into the literacy cultures multilingualism?
I think I would actually reframe submission 77 to be more about access rather than literacy, literally speaking. I think it's more to do with reconsidering and moving the conversation forward. So I would not want to restrict it purely to a literacy issue, and that allows us to consider what to do next out of last year's 2 workshops, I think. So perhaps we can talk about that just to hear what others think. We dealt with a lot of misconceptions and misunderstandings last year, and we had ICANN representatives saying, I'd never thought about the idea of, that it isn't just about logging on and plugging in, that there are things have to be put in place to enable people in different situations. So there's plenty of material there, but of course they overlap, don't they? Who's in the community, who counts as a community member, what is citizenship, all these things. I think there's lots of potential, so I'd like to move beyond just technical ideas of literacy, if that makes sense.
It's like magic. Thank you. Well, I wasn't planning to come in on this point, but I will as well before I go on to my main point. And that is, I'm just wondering, because we're going to be in Estonia, and you have the concept of the e-citizen in Estonia, and you have very good access for Wi-Fi in Estonia, if it's not useful also to transform that into a bigger issue, not just of literacy for refugees, digital citizenship, but make it a larger issue on access and literacy. You could use some specific examples, for example, from Estonia or from other countries. That's just an idea. But the issue I wanted to raise was really related to skills. And of course, literacy is one element of skills, but it's an area where we see a very important need in the future for retraining of people, adapting to globalization, adapting to new technologies, making sure people have the right skills in the future for new jobs that are emerging. And I'm just wondering if there's somewhere to add that, either in access and literacy in the community, or literacy and developing economies. I don't mind where, but I think that aspect is really very important. And we have some very good examples in Austria, Germany, and some other countries too, where this kind of action is being taken. And so it could be useful to share experiences. And also it's something that is of interest to the private sector.
Thank you. I had a comment on the first pillar, so the access and literacy. And I feel that there's already, we see 4 different angles to literacy being discussed in the following sessions, that there would be room for a session simply for access in the community. And what I mean by that is that, because if we include the literacy, it becomes too vague, the discussion, and we will end up nowhere and we will just touch upon things very lightly. So in my head, the access in the community, that could include things like access in rural and remote areas, which is still a big issue in the European Union. But also we have wider Europe here, as Sandra was saying before. So to try and look at how can communities, whether it's villages, remote areas, work on the access issue. And this, well, I wouldn't see it as a technical workshop, but it would include things like business models, spectrum frequencies from governments to etc., working together, policy, etc. So I would see that as a separate track.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on this. On the access and literacy, actually, yeah, there is an emphasis, more of an emphasis on access. It's just that the proposals for topics were always including access and literacy, because I guess the two are somehow linked in that you could have access, but nobody really knows how to use it. So there needs to be this thing. But I do take your point about having access as an emphasis on this, since all the other ones deal with literacy. Yeah. Now, I note Marianne's request for changing the flash session to an actual workshop. I don't know how we're going to have to work on this, because, of course, there's limited space, so we'll have to get back and...
It's also to do with the interconnections, are also the issue between everything being connected to everything else and the need to draw some lines. So it's not just a simple request for one particular proposal to be given a workshop space. I see also you have in some of the current program you have, I'm jumping ahead a bit, but things like future challenges and opportunities. Literacy and access have always just been grouped together as a rubric, but it's always begged the question of which one is more important. So I take the point of, I think access could be the more governing angle this year. I just think perhaps we could have a little look at the horizontals across. You've got your vertical columns. Could we just address perhaps some of the other mixtures? Because I think a flash session needs to be a hot topic. 20 minutes. How much is a flash session? Half an hour? It's very short. So it's the idea would be always for a flash session to bring in new things, new ideas, brainstorming. A workshop does allow more time to really crunch down into the detail. So in that sense, just look across if we can. Yeah.
I mean, also see flash sessions as being also the sort of follow-up session to something that happened last year. It's also a good way, because there's also a concern of having repeat workshops year on year. So there are times when you've had a workshop the year before, but there's been a follow-up to it. So a flash session is a good way to follow up. So we'll have to think on this. Anyone else? Youth.
Yeah, but not actually talking about youth. I just want to underline the point Marianne is making. Like, I think the workshops last year on the topics of how to enable access for refugees, especially on their way into Europe, to the internet, is extremely important, and it's going to be important also in the following years. And I think it would be unwise to just push it off and decide and not like follow up on the outcomes that we had last year. And yeah, I just want to make clear that this is not only one single person that is feeling like that.
Yeah, thanks.
Anyone else?
Thanks a lot. Not really adding anything, but just to support the point on the access issues from our operator's point of view. We believe it's actually really important to be able to discuss also in the presence of governments, what is the role of the market, what is the role of the public institutions as actually pioneers in the uptake of the technologies, and then therefore or thereby incentivizing the dissemination of the technologies and of the access. So I see a point in having something specific allocated to it. Of course, it relates to literacy, because that's where also the governments have an important role. On the other hand, there's the business model issue, where you have the intervention of public authorities, sometimes a bit distorting the market incentives, and we could also have something along those lines. Okay, thanks.
I think on the access side, there is an element of market discussions in there. I'm just working from memory.
I just got to know that there is a remote participation, and I give to Lorena.
Thank you very much. It's to the topic about digital citizenship, and giving it a workshop character. Within the context of refugees, we have 3 youths here in the chat, and they all support giving digital citizenship a workshop character, a bigger format than the Flash, although there are some concerns with regards of the wording citizenship, since, let me quote, since the people, since the refugees oh, sorry, I missed it. The chat is huge. Everyone is having a big conversation here. So to sum up, the main point is that digital citizenship sort of has a bad mouth taste for refugees, since they have had very bad experiences with their citizenship. So there are some concerns with the wording, but they are demanding a workshop for that.
Okay, thanks so far. I think we are now already going to the draft program outline. What would be the next step? So I think at this point, the subject matter experts are more or less explaining why they have categorized or grouped the proposals in this particular category the way they did it. To make it understandable, which is a basis for the next steps when we then start to present and to discuss the draft program outline. Are there any further questions now as far as access, this category access is concerned? Because otherwise, I would say we would go to the next category, and that would be Euro. Sorina, ladies first.
Thank you, Wolf. Hello, everyone, again. Under development of the IG ecosystem, we had a total of 13 proposals, 2 of which were not really relevant for this team, and they were moved to human rights and innovation and economic issues. And 2 other proposals were brought into development of IG ecosystem. Sandra, can we have the... Okay. Waiting to have the proposals on the screen as well. Thank you, Sandra. So again, there were 13 proposals in total, which were allocated, as you can see on the screen. I'll try to give a brief overview now. We had quite many proposals looking into multi-stakeholderism, stakeholder engagement, bringing more people into the processes, explaining why and how. And this made us think, in a discussion with the EuroDIG Secretariat, about trying to have this as the topic for the usual open mic session, the opening session at EuroDIG, which now is called What Has Internet Governance Done for Me? But of course, everything is subject to discussion, so we can talk about this later in the day. Then there were few proposals looking into European contribution into global internet governance processes, like the follow-up to WSIS, the global IGF, and also some suggestions about looking into the role of national and sub-regional IGFs. And following up on the meeting that national internet governance initiatives from Europe had last year at EuroDIG, we thought it would make sense to have a second meeting on that, so we call it NRI's Assembly, to look into European contributions to global IG processes. Then two proposals were related to jurisdiction and data governance, and the suggestion is to have this in a flash session. ICANN accountability and Diana transition, again, a suggestion for a flash session. I think it was the case last year as well. Internet governance in Southeastern Europe, we had a flash session for CDIG last year. We are suggesting to go ahead with the same approach. And there was a sort of a specific proposal on looking into ITRs, the international telecommunication regulations of the ITU, and what's happening with the review process. And this is also suggested to go into a flash session, hoping it will bring a bit of ITU into EuroDIG discussions. Questions, concerns, comments?
Don't be shy. Okay.
Just a question to Serena. It looks good to me. I'm very happy. But in the first session, the opening, you look also with a view to the future, I suppose. Okay, that's my question. And I have the answer.
Okay, lucky you. Any further questions? Yeah.
Again, from my point of view, I see that there are no workshops there. And I think that multi-stakeholderism and stakeholders engagement, including youth, it's open and panel, but when there is an opening, there is no much to be discussed. But I see that, at least in my part of the world, and I think in general, this multi-stakeholder model is very vague yet, and maybe some thorough discussion is needed, like a workshop or something, and including youth.
Okay, Sandra will respond to it.
Actually, Serena mentioned that we have since last year, I'm not sure if you have been in Brussels, Mariana, since last year we have a new format. We dedicate the opening session as an open mic session, so that we have 90 minutes interactive discussion in the big hall. And actually our idea was, because exactly what you mentioned is such a big issue, and we are, of course, an Internet Governance Forum, really dedicating the opening session to this specific topic, how to engage the people, how to bring them together. Because we find in a plenary sitting with a panel and all this, you cannot really interactively discuss it. Also in the workshop, it's more or less, we had this already in the years before. So we try to answer, or maybe not answer, but to find ideas about this important question, including all the audience, and dedicating it when the room is packed at the beginning of the EuroDIG. So this was the idea behind giving that important point to the open mic session where everyone is invited. And we were surprised, it worked quite well last year. People took the floor, there was a good interaction, and we hope we will have the same kind of active community taking the floor again.
A lot of questions, but what about answers? Maybe the can be some follow-up after the opening session, just like a flash, to reserve places for flash sessions for further discussions of the most urgent or most questionable issues.
Thanks. But as you see here, next to the opening, there is an NRI assembly, which is more or less in the size or in the format like a workshop. It's parallel to other workshops, so there is space to follow up on this discussion afterwards. So this is considered. So this is an introduction more or less with the opening, but afterwards people who want to concentrate or continue to discuss this issue, it would be in this NRI assembly. You will see it on the program outline afterwards. Any further questions at this stage to Sorina? Otherwise, we... Okay, Fasane is one of the subject matter experts, and she's in charge of human rights. She's in the US. She couldn't participate, couldn't come to Tallinn today, but we have her remotely. And now we will give the floor to Fasane.
Okay, I can hear myself. So, good. Okay, I'm just going to go.
Speak up a little bit, Fasane.
Yeah, my mom is sleeping.
Don't care, we wake her up.
Okay, so we have the human rights cluster, which is included 25 proposals, and I came up with 3 distinctive themes for the proposal. One is the evolution of human rights in the digital era, which includes a couple of proposals that discuss how the digital human rights discourse will evolve and whether there is a need to create new rights. The other theme is the IoT and Internet of Things and human rights, which we had, I think, around 5 to 6 proposals that discuss security, privacy, and data collection, and these sort of things under the cluster of Internet of Things, as well as smart city and human rights and IoT and healthcare, consumer awareness. And we also clustered the subjects that were related to algorithm and ethical data handling in IoT, because some aspects of it is related to IoT, but they can be cross-cutting issues. The other cluster is the data control and powerful actors. So the proposals that we classified under this theme are about the intermediaries and their power in controlling and documenting data, use of personal data at micro level, for example, the the refugees data control or university surveillance. And so these are the three main themes, and we also have a flash session on censorship and surveillance, another flash session on the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child in a Digital Environment, and there is a cross-cutting proposal that can fit to various topics here, which is about internet shutdowns, media control. That's about it from me now. If there are any questions, I'm here to respond.
Thank you. I just had a question about internet intermediaries, the policy on internet intermediaries. Where would that belong in the classification, or is it a cross-cutting issue? And
the policies about the intermediaries will go to personal data control and powerful actors. We had quite a number of workshops and discussions last year about intermediaries and intermediaries' responsibilities.
Yes.
And so the purpose of bringing all this discussion together this year was to kind of take stuff from the last year discussion, but also discuss new things and new actors this year. So that is why we don't have like specific intermediary related things.
Can I continue on this? Just because we in the Council of Europe, of course, look at internet intermediaries from a human rights perspective. And I'm just wondering whether in the workshop number 1, human rights discourse that leads to policy, isn't that perhaps a discussion where we could integrate the internet intermediaries' policies? There has been a proposal by Matthias Kettemann on this, number 4, I think, which perhaps could go here. It's just an idea for reflection. Thanks.
Can I, sorry, I'm kind of interrupting you because I don't, it's easier to interrupt when you're doing it remotely. But I agree that any proposal could eventually go to evolution of human rights in the digital era, but as long as it shows a strong connection that there are like creation of new rights and they contribute to this evolution of human rights themselves. I don't see a problem with adding intermediaries there, but as long as they actually have a novel contribution to the discussion and they do not repeat what has been discussed over and over.
Farzaneh, hi, it's Megan speaking. We're very impressed that you got up so early in the morning. I wanted to ask you about your cross-cutting proposal here on shutdowns, media control and propaganda. And I wondered if it wouldn't be better in the media and content area. And I'm just wondering how you're planning to do it. I mean, I understand that you want to concentrate on the human rights related aspects, but I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be better attended or better placed under media and content. That's just a question. Or are you planning to do something beyond the human rights related aspects here?
Thank you. Actually, we discussed that, and the reason we put it as cross-cutting is because it also fits media and content. But because it has a human rights aspect to it, we don't want to prevent the opportunity from them to discuss it as a human rights issue. So it could be kind of like a human rights related topic that also discusses media and content. But I do agree that it might not be as well attended, if not in a fully workshop with various proposals in it. So maybe we can come up with another idea to give this human rights focus, but also make it like more prominent.
Oh.
Just
Here you go.
speaking, just in reply to that question, we were looking at the further notes of the submitter, and we are also contacting, it was Valentina Pelitzer who made that proposal. And when you look at the further notes, it's this Excel sheet, which is also on the website, and it's very small font, I hope you can handle it. And there it says in the notes, the weak response of the EU rampant and violent autocracy inside EU, Hungary and Poland and neighboring countries, Turkey, Macedonia, Serbia, resemble a trade-wise silence. In some cases respond to these interests of specific elites to keep at bay refugees and migrants. So this goes very much into the category of human rights and less into the media. But we discussed this also with Uriel. If
I agree.
Okay. It's proposal number 97, and if you probably you can read it on the screen if you enlarge the font a little bit, so to get a deeper idea of what was behind the proposal. It's not in this presentation; it's on the website.
Is this mic on? Oh, hi. Hi, Fazaneh. It's Marianne here. I just wanted to say I think it's a really great, innovative idea to talk about personal data, to have the theme about the micro levels of everyday life and work and study, and talk about powerful actors. So I just want to say that's a really, really new and exciting way to frame the discussion. So that's great. I was just wondering, and there are a lot of workshops that obviously, or ideas that fall under those rubrics. And the current program has at the moment scheduled these workshops according to this layout. The evolution of human rights in the digital era, there are two proposals there. One is talking about a specifically new initiative from the German, another initiative about charters and human rights. So I was thinking, the connection, if that workshop is to take place, I would like to sort of advocate that there's more than two proposals engaging in that very important workshop, which I see as a sort of almost an overarching discussion about, you know, what's been going on in the last few years about articulating what human rights might mean at the macro and legal standard point of view. And I think that would be good to have more people involved in that first column. You know what I'm saying here, Fazaneh, here, that first one on the left? With the, because then it,
To discuss this, and it's very needed that others and other topics and other people get involved and shape the workshop on evolution of human rights with each other. So definitely.
Yeah, I think you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 themes here that really interconnect, and it would be really great to really work those interconnections in some way, and yet let the 6 areas develop their detailed focus. So maybe some moving around a bit. But thanks for understanding what I mean, Fazaneh. And sorry you can't be here. But you're here in another way, just as good.
She's in the United States.
Yeah, but you can't be here.
Yeah, no, I know. Before the ban.
She's hiding.
Hi, Carmen. So I think I have 2 very small comments. First is the comment from Elvana before about intermediary. I think I would like to support it a bit, even though I think the framing of personal data and powerful actors are interesting. But I do agree that there are some subjects that, even though they were covered last year and quite extensively, I agree, they still have so many new perspectives during the last year. We have Commission's new approaches to platform responsibilities, so forth. Council of Europe is making a draft recommendation on intermediary liability, trying to find this fair balance between the obligations and the duties and the rights, and the recommendation would be quite ready for accepting comments, or so it would benefit a lot to get some multi-stakeholder kind of input before it goes for the ministers and up in the structures of Council of Europe. So I would really support Elvana's idea that it could be very, very useful. The other comment is about personal data aspects. And this is just a tie between, because after EuroDIG, the presidency of the EU will be in Estonia, and the overarching theme is going to be data ownership, data communication, and free movement of data in the European Union. So maybe it can be tied into, just an idea.
Thank you, Carmen. Any further questions, comments? Okay. Thanks, Fasane. I think this was an excellent presentation from your side and explanation of the rationale behind, etc. And it's still a starting point of the discussion. When we go afterwards into the program outline, etc., there are a lot of ideas and reflections still to be done. We are still in a planning phases here. And thanks a lot for being available so early, and good night to you and your mother.
Thank you very much. Have a very good day, everyone.
Okay, thanks a lot, Fasane. The next one is innovation. It's a little bit dark here at the moment. So what I wish to Fasane happened now here. Yeah.
Thank you. So the chief subject matter expert is not here, so I'm the deputy one who is going to report on this topic.
Good one. Good choice.
Well, exactly. That's what I say. I don't know if it's possible to change the slide. I also am... Okay, cool. Well, I can, in the meanwhile, I suppose, try and look it up. No, not that one. Ah.
Went to sleep.
So, shall I start, or is it easier to follow if it's on the screen, maybe?
It would be easier.
Yes.
Can we put it at least on the small screen?
Yeah.
No, it's not a problem on the screen, it's a problem
It's so innovative. Oops. Usually you have a blue screen and not a black screen. Maybe power?
Sorry?
It's about innovation.
Innovation.
This is about the darknet innovation.
Yeah. There we go. So the full title is Innovation and Economic Issues. And here we've identified 6 different pillars. And the largest one in terms of, there were 16 submissions all in all, and the largest one in terms of submissions was this trade agreements in the digital era. I think maybe it is meant to be digital era rather than area, but well, I don't know, to be discussed. And this pillar, okay, there we go. We had 3, let's say, separate lumps of submissions, and the first one was the global trade agreements. So everything that relates to WTO, also to TTIP, the now, I suppose, abandoned TPP. Only abandoned by the United States, but I think this would make a very interesting discussion, of course, for this plenary session. There were also a couple of proposals the European level, so from I think it was Georgia and the southeastern Europe area, and these were about harmonizing EU legislation in their countries to fit the digital single market. So I think it also goes nicely with this thematic on the European. In the European region. And finally, we also had a proposal on e-diplomacy, which I suppose fits in here somewhere. Perhaps it's part of the solution. But this, I think, would seem to become a very interesting discussion. The second pillar, new business models and the open internet. So we had 2 proposals, one being about the PST and business model. And then we had a proposal on the app economy, so applications economy and the open internet, and how do these 2 fit together. I did have a remark here actually myself, because in the access block, there was one proposal on open data. And it may relate slightly to access, but I think it was number 17. It might also fit here nicely with the app economy, because open data, as you know, is used as a kind of basis to create apps and services. So to be perhaps reviewed later. The third pillar is about the general TLDs, and here we had 2 proposals by Euralo and ICANN. This will be another workshop. I think nothing new there, something similar we had last year, also touching on competition issues though. We have then a 4th proposal on blockchain. So this actually was proposed by ISOC, has a new special interest group, SIG, and this was proposed by Walid, who is part of that group. And as it is a new thing for many of us, on many people we suppose, so it has been put there as an educational track, which I think is a good idea. 5th, we have net neutrality and zero rating. So I think this is something that has been discussed in depth in the last years, and many now consider that this, well, has been discussed enough. And but there were still a couple of proposals, and specifically also on zero rating. So we have put this there as a flash session. And finally, there was a proposal on online social networking competencies for entrepreneurs and smart citizens, and this was the actual title of the proposal, and it has been put there as a flash session. I have to say that I don't, well, maybe it can be linked to other things. It also maybe links back to the literacy discussion, etc. So to be discussed. So this was the brief overview. Any questions?
Hi, could you tell us a bit more about the educational track, how that's working? If I missed it, sorry.
This comes later.
Oh, I see, okay, yeah. Right.
I'm sorry to come back each time, but on the new GTLDs, innovation and competition issues, is there enough there to have an entire workshop on this? If it's limited to the new GTLDs? I'm just wondering if it's better to... You have new business models in the open internet, which of course is very important and very useful. But I'm just a bit concerned that if you limit it to new GTLDs, it's not that it's limited, it's a huge number, but they're relatively new. I'm just wondering if you should expand it or think about expanding it to the entire domain namespace or something like that.
A very good point. I think we should keep in mind for the ongoing discussion when we present the program schedule. Then we can come back to these considerations, whether everything is well balanced or should be refocused or rethought, reconsidered, etc. Let's keep it in mind for later.
As I said in one mail of comment after our conference call of 10 days ago, I think that there is an interlink between some of the topics that are treated here and the security issues that we will see later. Because, of course, innovation and economic issues, there could be a good development on cloud, on data protection, on jurisdiction, on data, but the limit of that is exactly that, the security of the data and the applicable jurisdiction. So I don't know how to cross bridge between the two areas, but I think that when we come to the next point, we have to keep this in mind.
Okay, thanks, Giacomo. Anybody else wants to? Yes.
About TLDs, yes. Haven't I missed that section? Because I see here that one of these proposals was concentration of ownership in the domain registration and web hosting businesses. So I think that it is not so easy as it may seem. Maybe it is worthy to discuss it at the workshop. So.
Okay, any further comments, questions? Chris?
Just in relation to that one, and I wonder, again, this is sort of a question of how much content there is and how much we need to condense, but I can see that sort of fitting perhaps a bit also into the workshop there on new business models and the open internet, which was already combining two pretty different suggestions for proposals. One was sort of about app culture and how that's creating new business opportunities. The other was about challenges for traditional telecom industries in sort of adopting to the new internet industry. So it's already pretty broad. So I think that'll be a very interesting workshop, but perhaps there would be the opportunity to bring some GTLD business models in there as well.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Anything further to this point? Otherwise, I would like to thank Marit for your nice presentation. And now, okay, I go back to Chris again.
Sorry for the other SMEs who are expecting to come before me. I've got a call which I'll need to get on at 12. I was managing the technical and operational issue submissions, and it wasn't a terribly difficult job this year because there weren't a huge number that identified themselves as technical and operational. And a couple of those we quickly determined or ascertained were more appropriate in the access field anyway. Then a few of them were also just targeted to EuroDIG, so we ended up with these four. The first one there is the technical training track that was proposed by Centre, and that I think Centre was thinking that would be something that perhaps the broader ISTAR organisations could manage, and is similar to what's been done at previous EuroDIGs, where we have one track in the workshop sessions, which actually is a bit more basic education about how the internet works, what internet technologies are, and that can sort of inform people then moving forward to discussions later on. So in that sense, having it earlier in the event is preferable. The e-waste management and climate change, that's bringing together a couple of proposals. I think only the e-waste one, well perhaps they were both in this, but I think probably can work quite nicely together in terms of looking at environmental issues generally in relation to the internet and perhaps how internet governance could relate to that. I've spoken with at least the proposal of the climate change one, it's currently listed down there as a flash session. I wonder if, I suspect there would be material for a workshop and perhaps interest for a workshop if there was room on the program, but at this stage we've got it listed there as a flash. The others then were quite specific topics which we've put down for flash sessions. ISO type data management. I'm not sure fits terribly well into any of the other workshop sessions, and the IDN state of play. So I think that's something that very specific audience, very specific issue. I'm sure we'll get a lot more discussion at CDIG, but perhaps in the EuroDIG context makes sense as a flash session. So that's the overview.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Good.
Guess who? Guess who wants to ask a question? Oops. No, thanks, Chris. I wanted to encourage you to transform your e-waste management and climate change into a broader issue and also make it a workshop. Because, and again, I'm speaking specifically from my European Commission perspective, we have a huge initiative on the circular economy. We have a big initiative on the digital economy. And bringing these two together, I think, is somewhere where we have a lot of synergies and we can really make a lot of progress. And a lot of the technical aspects are important. But I think if you turn this into a workshop, and we can, of course, help you to do that, this would be really something quite interesting and useful and really drive forward some of these issues.
Well, actually, we have an open spot still for a workshop, because there was a small shift we made when somebody withdrew his proposal from the jurisdiction, and then we thought, okay, jurisdiction, we started the discussion in Lisbon already. So this is not really something new at EuroDIG anymore. And as we are always encouraging people, submitters, please come up with new ideas, or let's try to avoid just more of the same. So I think it would be, and it's part of the following discussion afterwards when we present the program, that this may be upgraded to a workshop because it's a new issue. We have two interesting proposals, and it can be very well designed in a way that it would really give an added value to the next EuroDIG program.
I think Wolf has said it all there. I just wanted to say thank you for the support on that, because I think it's, well, I was sort of speaking more from a personal suspicion that this is probably a broader issue of interest. So I think it's good to have that feedback from the community that there is actually interest there. I think also the challenge that we'll face in putting it together is bringing in expertise on these kinds of issues that might not usually be at the EuroDIG. So that's something, yeah, it would be great to work together on.
Megan, want to come back? No? Okay.
Thank you, Wolf. On the workshop 57, or actually my question is, educational track stands for a workshop or is a...
We come back later on this point.
Okay.
I can tell you so much, it's a new type of format. Innovation.
Yeah, I was just going to support the idea of moving the e-waste into a workshop, because there are only, five proposals in technical and operational issues, and the technical community is an inherent part of the multi-stakeholder model, so we need to have something for everyone. And I think we need to be open to these issues. There's always a concern of having EuroDIG being overwhelmed by a specific type of stakeholder, and I think that's the last thing we want. We do want to have something that's balanced.
Yes, I certainly, at the risk of
undoing the chance to make another proposal, I support a workshop. I support this idea mainly because it's also not just e-waste, which is big enough. It's also about server farms and environmental degradation generally, about the hard nuts and bolts, tubes and wires that support the internet. So I'm certainly all for the workshop, perhaps a sort of title tweak, so that you can bring together a lot more. And also so that it's the technical and operational issues are understood in the context of social and environmental issues. But Chris and I have been discussing this already. But yeah, +1 from me.
Okay, thanks, Marianne.
Could I suggest that we then call it the impact of the internet on the environment?
Title setting comes afterwards. Let's leave it to the overarching theme, you mean? Okay, let's keep your idea for the later discussion. No? For the workshop. Okay. Let's come back to this one. Any further questions or comments on technical and operational issues? Oh. Oh, you
yeah, remote moderation. Yeah, I know. It's difficult to say with all the... the people in the chat of the remote, in the WebEx, our remote participation tool, are supporting the upgrade from the Flash to a workshop, and are suggesting including different angles as well, like space junk, so to say. So during the, I'm just quoting Marco from RIPE NCC, and they've been exploring other angles during the dynamic collision on Internet of Things last year, and the US government made reference to space junk in relation to IoT. So there is on that part, so could be the discussions could be expanded. Also, keywords like circular economy and non-physical e-waste are being suggested as further issues that should be included, and full support also for the position of the Commission, of the European Commission. So on Megan. So yeah, that's it. They suggest pollution in a digital environment. Oh, and there's a title suggestion: pollution in a digital environment.
Pollution in a digital environment. Yes. Okay. Further comments, further questions? Otherwise, thanks a lot, Chris, for your part. And I think we will continue now with media. And I will hand over to Euro.
Okay, thank you. Media and content. In the case of media and content category, it was easier to fix the subcategories because, as you see, there were quite many who were interested in fake news, post-truth, alternative facts, whatever you call them. And of course, this is a topic that has been very much on the table this last year. 2016, the word for 2016 was chosen by Oxford Dictionaries, and that was post-truth. There have been some doubts. Should we actually touch this issue, because there's so much hype? But I think that we would be remiss not to touch it, because it's there's hype, but at the same time there is something important below it and under it. So we have to dare to tackle this this rather sensitive issue. It's of course, I mean, the controversy starts from whether this is an issue at all, because some people say that there's nothing new under the sun. There's always been disputes about what is the truth, and we can go back to Plato and all the Greek philosophers, and we could have a full day of epistemological seminars on this question. So I think that we have to be clear about having internet in the center of the on the center of the stage. What has internet? What is the role of the internet and the various applications? What is their role to this thing, and to the fact that it has burst up on the scene all of a sudden? It's also clear that internet is not a cause; it's an enabler. And I just have a quote from Mark Thompson. Mark Thompson used to be the big boss for BBC and also for New York Times, and he's written a very recent book about this entitled "Enough Said." And what he says is that our digital ecosystems have evolved into a near-perfect environment for distorted and false news to thrive. So internet should be in the center stage, and I think that we should, of course, try to look at the reasons and why and so on and so forth, but also have people who can talk about possible remedies. What shall we do about this problem that really threatens the journalism as we know it? Fact-checking is one thing that is done. One is parody. Actually, fake news is being parodied by writing columns like Andrew Borowitz of New Yorker, if you know him, and so on and so forth. Regulation, of course, but then I think that we should try to avoid that sort of regulation that sees internet as the problem and not something else. So the other categories are fairly straightforward: copyright issues, two from Europe, and one interesting contribution from NTIA, US, about the European copyright regulation. And then finally, right to be forgotten. That was a sort of improvised flash session last time, and now it's a flash session on its own. Thank you.
Comments, Michael?
I think the blockchain mechanism would fit perfectly into the copyright issues, especially for the media people. And they are not aware, I think, at this time in June, it would still be somehow innovative.
Okay, thanks. Carmen?
The copyright issues, it lists 3 proposals, yes, and all of them, not a single one is on anything else. It's all on copyright directive proposal, and every single one of them is on the obligation of overarching obligation of intermediaries to police the content or implement the technical measures. So every single one of them are on the one subject. So intermediary liability. So it's copyright and intermediary liability, to be exact, at least according to these 3 proposals.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would like to open it up into a different ways. Like, I think that it's very important to understand what the outcomes, for example, for access to culture are with changing copyright policies. And there is a big change of copyright policy going on right now. So I think it's very important to keep it as broad as possible, to not only focus on the technical parts and also not only on the parts where it affects private companies and intermediaries.
Thanks. Elvana.
Thank you very much. I see very much the relevance of this session, Internet in the post-truth era. This is a topic that is attracting attention in several Council of Europe member states. There is discussion at the highest political levels about what to do on fake news, in whichever way we define that. And it is a notion that is very, very controversial also, and not easy to define. As far as the Council of Europe is concerned, there was a recent statement by the Secretary General saying that the response to fake news should not slide into censorship. And I think this is an angle which we would very much support to be discussed and to be brought into this discussion. There are, as I said, initiatives in several member states of the Council of Europe to actually regulate or to tackle fake news. In Germany, I think, in the Czech Republic. Yesterday it was announced an inquiry by the House of Commons in the UK. So all these, I think, need to be brought to this discussion, and we will see more of this until EuroDIG, perhaps. There is then there are the initiatives that the social media are taking themselves to outsource the judgment on what is fake news and fact-checking initiatives. So all of this, I think, could fit very nicely here, and it's really the time to discuss the topic. We would very much support this discussion, and the Council of Europe would be ready to contribute there. We will start in our structures, intergovernmental committee structures, a discussion on this. So I'm happy to contribute to this particular one.
Thanks, Elvana. There is a remote participant again.
One question over the chat and one intervention. I will first give the word to Gonzalo. Gonzalo from Telefonica. Could we change the... So Gonzalo, please unmute yourself and go ahead. Gonzalo? Can you please unmute yourself and just talk?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
No, okay. Sorry. I have some questions on the last session on the right to be forgotten. First, I see there is also another proposal on right to be forgotten, which is workshop number 112, which is included in workshop number 5 on personal data. So I would somehow see that they would fit together. And then also on the proposal 47, which I presented, basically deals on how we can make users aware of how their personal data is being used and how can they get control over the personal data, which to me does not really have to do anything with media. In fact, it would be a problem that this data is treated as media. And I would see a better fit of that into the workshop, I think it's number 5, which is also dealing with the control of personal data. Thank you.
Should I read the other one or just let Yurio answer? Okay, so the other question that we have is from Ucha Seturi. He's asking about the first slot about online media liabilities and some kind of censorship. He wants to understand what's behind that. Is that some sort of self-regulation of online media, or what are the issues behind that title?
Okay. You want to respond, Jure?
Yeah, thank you. I agree that right to be forgotten could be in many other categories as well. I mean, it could be human rights or whatever. So it's possible certainly to move it. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, any other comments?
Of course, the two topics are of big importance for us, both the post-truth era and the copyright issues. So as EBU, we can contribute to that, and we can link also with other organizations that are relevant in this debate that we find in the Council of Europe, like the European Federation of Journalists and others that work a lot on that. I want to complement what Elvana says, that not only on the side of the reflection, the legislative reflection that has been mentioned, but also in other countries there are other initiatives that are interesting to watch. In France, notably, there has been a law for reinforcing the power of the newsroom and of the journalists who oppose to the owner of the media when they see that there is something that is working on a hidden agenda. That is very interesting, even if not very much applicable out of the legacy media. And the other is always in France, for instance, that can open a lot of debate, is about the abortion website. I don't know if you are aware of that, where they are passing a legislation condemning the anti-abortion website that use fake arguments for supporting their thesis, that open a very thin ice discussion of what has to be done, but is pinpoint the real problem. So there are many things that I think can be raised. It will be difficult to structure the discussion in a way that will not slip all over apart.
Okay. First was Elvana.
Sorry to come back, but on the right to be forgotten, I also see why this would be discussed under the human rights angle, of course. But here, I think the rationale behind this was to see how media content is affected by the application of the right to be forgotten, if I'm not mistaken. And there are a lot of concerns being expressed by media organizations that their content is actually taken down or removed from the list of search engines because of the application of this. So it's the intersection really of media freedom and the right to freedom of expression with the right to privacy that this workshop is trying to capture, I think. And perhaps I think it's worth exploring that intersection. Thanks.
I just wanted to point out there is also a dimension on domain names. So I was reading that many of these post-truth or fake news were using loopholes into domain names registration, so registering websites. Yes, so there is this aspect that's to be looked into that, and that would be interesting also for the DNS industry at large, and it goes into also the role of intermediaries. So I think and it's a workshop happening in June after the French, Dutch election, so we will see more coming up on those.
Okay, Carmen.
Regards to right to be forgotten, I agree that the removal of content without the notification of the media itself is an interesting perspective. But I think from the perspective of media organization, I think it's more and more common for media organization to be obliged to actually enforce right to be forgotten instead of the user versus vis-a-vis search engine, but the media organization itself is obliged to enforce the right either by de-indexing from its own using robot text files or some other ways, and it's more and more common, at least in this country, by courts to actually enforce the media to also apply to the search engines to make sure that the content is delinked. And I think there's one case also pending in the Court of Human Rights regarding media organization to be forced to apply, right to be forgotten on themselves. So this could also be one perspective that could be interesting.
Okay, thanks, Carmen. Any further comments, questions to the media and content part? And
could we there are lots of issues about how to define the media. We're talking about it here in many ways. But I was wondering, is the category more media content? Why are we talking about media and content? We're talking here ideally about content, different content. I'm a little unclear about how the category looks with the "and" in the middle.
Go back to the expert.
Well, that was a very good question. And I think that last year we were mostly talking about hate speech at that time. But basically, one of the findings was that now, I mean, when media used to be the master of content, but now more and more with the social networks, which I would not call media in the traditional sense. Now, the sort of the content is like the tail that is wagging the dog, and not vice versa. So that's why we keep these two concepts apart.
May I add another argument? We are more and more talking about new categories of content provider. Telecom companies were the transmitters in the old times and had nothing to do with content. Meanwhile, Swisscom in Switzerland is offering TV. So you have these old transmitters who now became content provider. So the whole diversity of this sector has increased or almost exploded over the last couple of years. And from a media person point of view, considering myself as an old journalist, I have a lot of personal troubles with everybody considers him, herself nowadays being a content provider. But it's not media. And I think we should be very strict in this sense. Media has some special preconditions and some special regulations, etc. And this doesn't necessarily apply to all content provider. But it's an interesting discussion. Any further questions, comments to this part? Otherwise, I would hand over to Tanya and security, which is the next almost biggest part as far as submissions.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think in the beginning we had like 27 proposals for cybersecurity, but then I transferred a couple of them. One of them was not related to security at all, in my opinion, and another one was human rights proposal, so it went too far than that. So basically, I decided to split them into 4 clusters and 1 stand-alone issue, and I will explain my choice. So the first and the biggest group of proposals is related to cybersecurity policy strategies and standards in Europe. It doesn't mean that like each of the proposals is saying, oh, this proposal is about cybersecurity strategy. No, but sometimes they are about strategies and clustering stakeholders. Sometimes they are about regional cooperation and, for example, reaction to threats and so on. 3 of these proposals in this first category are actually about cybersecurity strategies and human rights. And one might ask me, why didn't I transfer them to human rights cluster? I took the decision to put them into cybersecurity policies and strategies cluster because there is a big debate now whether we have to take human rights and rather kind of user-centric approach to cybersecurity. So aren't we too technical? Aren't we too focused and concentrated on intermediaries? And how to make cybersecurity strategies human rights respecting by design. So I decided that we have 3 or 4 proposals about this. And I thought that they would rather fit into cybersecurity policy cluster because they are more about cybersecurity than about human rights. The second cluster is crime and criminal justice in digital age. And this is where my criminal lawyer inside, because I'm a criminal lawyer and my primary focus is cybercrime and cybersecurity, was actually rejoicing. I'm very happy that finally we have several proposals on this, and we will have hopefully a distinct workshop on this. Why am I so happy? For years and years, when I have been involved with EuroDIG, there is always one burning question: why don't we have law enforcement agencies attending? Normally, you know, we have 1 or 2 people from law enforcement, and they're just so much on demand. So if you don't get them on your plenary or on your workshop, if you're too late, they will be just taken, and you will never get them as speakers. I believe that this year in Estonia we can have a bit more law enforcement than usual, and I believe that we have a Council of Europe support on this matter. I believe that we might have Alexander Zeger and other people who are dealing with crime and criminal justice, and I'm very happy about this. So the proposals which are there are mostly about criminal justice in cyberspace, predictive policing. I believe that this should go to the same cluster, because even if we are talking about preventive police law, it will be still about criminal justice in digital age and electronic evidence and so on. And then there are 2 proposals which were on the age. One of them was about cybercrime defense, I put it there, and another one was actually from me, how to make stakeholders in this field to speak the same language. And I believe that this might be also an underlying topic for this proposal, for one simple reason: because if we just we'll be talking about crime and criminal justice, it is sometimes so specialized. What I'm afraid of, and we need a good focal point for this, I'm afraid that this workshop will be turned into kind of lecturing and not into a dialogue. And God, I don't want to make it happen. I want everyone to speak the same language on this workshop, even if we have to start from scratch. The third cluster and a workshop is about cybersecurity governance and models of intervention and roles and interests of different stakeholders. Why and how is it distinct from the first cluster, from cybersecurity policies? Well, easy. I've got like 2 or 3 proposals asking, we are talking about cybersecurity governance. What is actually cybersecurity governance? What we are governing and how? How we can actually leverage multi-stakeholder models which we are using in internet governance for cybersecurity governance. And the question actually is, can we leverage them? For example, I'm personally not sure. So this workshop is to test what we can actually take, what we can use, what we can modify, and where we just have to accept that we have to live with command and control models and that multi-stakeholder will not work. I think this would be interesting to discuss. The fourth cluster is an educational track. I don't know if I really can call it educational track. I would rather call it educational track and discussion, because you can see that there are like 5 or 6 proposals fitted there. So current and future cybersecurity challenges, including technical challenges. When I saw all these proposals related to future challenges, and most of them contained the word challenges, future challenges, some of them were related to very technical issues like, for example, IoT, or privacy challenges of IoT, or some challenges connected to mobile security or mobile pen testing. You know, for some of the issues, you just can't make them, you can't separate them into a distinct workshop. Other challenges submitted into this cluster were related to cyber terrorism, for example. So I just thought, and discuss it with the Secretariat. Let's make an educational track, let's make a discussion, let's bring a couple of people who can really talk, like resource people, who can really talk about security challenges, policy challenges, who can answer the questions, who can share their opinions, but at the same time to provoke the discussion, make the participants to ask questions, make them also to voice their opinion. And the fifth and the last track is child safety. Well, this is something that we can't avoid, or child safety is always discussed at EuroDIG. Well, maybe I used the wrong word. I don't want to avoid discussing child safety. I just think, why did I put it into Flash? Because it doesn't fit anywhere else, and I also believe that people who are dealing with child safety can just, get together and discuss it really in a focused way, instead of trying to fit it somewhere in crime and criminal justice, where there are some really pressing issues like mutual legal assistance or frameworks for electronic evidence. So basically that's all. 5 clusters, 1 plenary, 2 workshops, 1 educational track, and a Flash. And the last thing, I really think that we have to make this plenary, cybersecurity plenary, somehow interesting, because for 2 years we didn't have cybersecurity plenaries, and I was very happy about this, because it is really hard to make a good and interesting cybersecurity plenary. So if you have any ideas, I mean, you would be welcome in the organizing team. Questions? Chris?
Sorry, thank you. I'll jump in quickly because I have to go for my call. I certainly agree with your comment about the plenary and the need to really, I think, focus some energy on that, making sure it's a good discussion. We have the right people in the room. From RIPE NCC's side, Richard Leaning will certainly be taking part, and I think can really contribute something there. So we're happy to work with you on that.
Thanks, Chris. I actually also thought that DIG could be very much useful for crime and criminal justice in digital age. He didn't submit a proposal, but we discussed a bit at the IGF about law enforcement and lack of law enforcement representative at EuroDIG. And actually, since I'm working extensively with law enforcement, our main point of discussion with DIG was like, we don't speak the same language. There are very few people in the internet governance environment who can speak the same language with law enforcement. And we even thought that maybe we will get 2 or 3 moderators, like 1 moderator from civil society, 1 moderator from law enforcement, and try to engage with the resource people and with the participants. But I'm not the one who decides, because I'm just a subject matter expert. But I'm sure I will try to broadcast these ideas to the focal point.
Sorry, Meg, just to focus on, just jump in very quickly. I mean, I think, and we're certainly, we don't want to be sort of stepping all over all of these topics, and I realise it's good to, in terms of, I think, the workshop, it absolutely sounds like a really good and useful workshop, but I think we've also done workshops well in the past, and I think, as you say, the plenary for security particularly is perhaps an area where we haven't hit the target exactly in the past, and I think is an important focus.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just a word of warning, since we're on security and crime. I like the idea of keeping crime and criminal justice in a digital age in a specific workshop, because it is something that's very specific. And I think if you start introducing the cybercrime issues into cybersecurity policies, you will lose the track and lose the concentration. So if I were you, I would suggest that you keep the cybersecurity policies and the plenary more to real cybersecurity issues, and you keep the cybercrime aspect in the workshop. That isn't to say that you can't mention cybercrime, but you can push people to the workshop in the plenary and say, we're going to discuss this in more detail in the cybercrime issue, etc.
Megan, thanks. That was exactly my idea for separating crime and criminal justice also, because some of the proposals said cybersecurity and cybercrime. And if you see proposal 26 and 26 in both categories, because I split it, I'm so not keen to merge these issues, and I'm so keen to say at the plenary that cybercrime will be discussed in a different workshop, very specific. Yes.
Okay, Marianne?
Yes, I was just thinking in terms of
that's sort of inside this about the gathering of evidence and how evidence is understood, and the limits to gathering evidence in terms of proportionality. So I would like to see, if we may, human rights break it down in terms of evidence, because this is the excuse of governments: wrap around surveillance to gather evidence for so-called crime, and real crime, not just fake crime.
Well, as I said, there is a proposal on predictive policing, and I believe that this touches these issues very well. Yeah. So I mean, criminal justice and in digital age, of course, like there were two proposals on electronic evidence, but I also think that if we are talking about evidence gathering, one of the dangers is predictive policing. One of the dangers, because this is the gray area, and normally when you do predictive policing, sometimes you don't have to obtain the court warrant, for example, because it doesn't fall under the domain of criminal justice yet.
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking in terms of the language we use to engage people who, for the first time. So if you were to perhaps bring in the idea of what is evidence, what counts as evidence, then a layperson will think, oh, right, now I can make the connection to the issues that are more legal and technical.
There was a point or suggestion whether we may have chances to get people from law enforcement from Estonia on board.
That's the question. Yes, yes. Well, I've talked to Natalia, because we have cybersecurity, we have NATO Center of Excellence for Cybersecurity that are happy to help, and there are some very good lecturers in university that are actually doing electronic evidence and child pornography crimes. So everything concerned the second column of crime and criminal justice. So I'm happy to help Natalia.
Thanks a lot.
Just an addition on the main cybersecurity policy strategies. We have an excellent Estonian colleague who works in the External Action Service, European External Action Service, who I'm sure would be delighted to come to speak on the plenary. And she deals with this in the whole world, so it's not just specific to Europe. And of course, on the crime and criminal justice, our DG Home colleagues have also already proposed to participate on the e-evidence track. So.
Okay, next one is Thomas.
Thank you. Just a small information to Tanya. You know that in ICANN's Governmental Advisory Committee, there's the so-called Public Safety Working Group, which is mainly comprised of law enforcement representatives from the US, but also a number of them from Europe. So maybe that would be an outreach sphere where you may get some people in from law enforcement. Just an idea.
There was one of the bridges between EuroDIG and ICANN, and this group, when D-cleaning was still working for Europol and started coming to EuroDIG. And yeah, I will sure do an outreach there. Thanks.
Okay.
Just a very quick comment. I know that the lunch is here, but ISOC also, security is of course a key priority at the moment, and I think it's very nice that you separated the governance aspect. I know, but I mean, it gives a kind of a separate, a different dimension to this. And I also agree on the cybersecurity policy. I mean, we'd be very happy to chip in on to see how we can make it interesting, because we see so many of these conferences in Brussels, for example. It's always the same messages. It's rather flat, you know. So how do you kind of spice it up a bit to make it meaningful? So.
Okay, thanks a lot. Further comments, further questions to Tanya as far as security and crime is concerned?
What I said before, where you will put data safety and the other things that where you will put that.
Which safety?
Data safety.
Data safety. Data safety. Well.
Similar to child safety.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Actually, you mean technical safety of data, like for example, in like databases in big data. This is going to be current and future cybersecurity challenges, including technical challenges. Otherwise, if you're talking about privacy, it should go to human rights. If it's about data protection. But yeah.
So it's not an only educational track or not?
You know, as I said, as I told in the beginning, I'm actually, I'm not sure I like the title educational track, educational discussion track rather. So some people will go there to get educated, some people to go there to discuss. Will go there to discuss.
Yeah, just on the data, I think in fact, and I tried to also iterate it earlier, so there's, as you know, the European data economy consultation going on and all that. So you can take either the kind of futuristic positive economic outlook on that and put it under the innovation. I think there was the new business models, etc., that had apps and open data, etc. Or you can take then the more protective, the data protection point of view, and then, you know, remains to be seen what is where there's more interest to discuss. And yes, it is split between the different categories at the moment.
Okay. Giacomo, there is still space afterwards when focal points are selected, org teams are created. You can join an org team. You can bring in this aspect again. Sorry, in this point I must contradict, because during the session design process, you have so plenty of opportunities to bring ideas in and to try to discuss with co-submitters and shaping the session. So the train has left, but you can still get it.
Just a suggestion, isn't data security breach a form of crime? Wouldn't that be falling under the second cluster?
Well, I mean, if we are going to talk about particular type of crimes, yes. But I mean, if we are talking about data, security breaches and so on, it's just like really a cross-cutting issue which encompasses so much. So I can talk about it in terms of data protection and privacy. I can talk about it as a future challenge, and I believe it really fits well, because what we are now facing with data protection in these technical terms is actually the databases for big data, security breaches, hacking, re-identification, reselling in the legal sector as well. I believe that it's rather future or current challenges, but if it's about privacy, it should rather go to human rights. But of course, if we are talking about data as like breaches, as crime, of course it will go to criminal justice and digital age, but in more general sense.
I think we had, Isaac, we put in a proposal, and it was it's on data, ethical data handling, and going exactly towards the legal sector, so not criminal data use, but and that went under IoT and human rights, I think. So you know.
Okay, thanks. Anything from remote participants? Nothing to this point? Okay, I think then we can... oh yes, future challenges and authors. Yeah, how to put it? Some years ago, when we didn't know how to consider to cluster a proposal, we had this splendid idea, let's call it future challenges, because you can subsumize anything under it, and there are certain submitters who year by year submit under this category, what obviously falls under human rights or other given categories. But future challenges is nice. And so we got a number of proposals. You can see them here, the internet and its role in both enabling and counteracting climate change. This will now go probably under the new workshop. Then we had challenges, opportunities for digital transformation in the public-private sector. We had to get back to this person to ask, can you please be a little bit more specific? Because this means public, private sector can mean everything. Then we had this proposal, say, for software, what we made into a Flash. While this feeds into a plenary after the response of this person, then we had just guess from which corner this proposal comes. E-diplomacy. Anybody has a clue? No. Geneva. Diplo Foundation. This also feeds into a plenary. Actually, we had a lot of proposals who suggested trade regimes. We had CETA, we had the other ones, which were debated starting from ACTA upwards, etc., and downwards. Now certain things are from the table with a new administration, most probably. But the question, how these trade regimes in the digital age, how are they interlinked or maybe interlinked with internet governance, may be an interesting aspect. Therefore, we decided to make this a plenary where this fits in and this fits in, and then we have here the next one, next generation internet, what are the building blocks of the internet in the future, and this may fit into the lightning talk, and we said, okay, we will make a call for it to, under this topic, present good ideas what could be an exciting lightning talk. So this is on the program schedule. We will come and show you later. And here we have noch the non-category other, where we have 3 proposals where we said, okay, this one fits into the Flash. Impacts of the fourth industrial revolution may fit into plenary, and shutdowns, media control and propaganda may feed into the workshop. So, and I think at this step we are more or less yes.
Thank you, Wolf. Going back to Diplo's proposal about e-diplomacy, I think it would be a bit hard to touch upon that specific topic in the session on trade agreements, because what we had in mind is about the use of digital tools in diplomatic services by ministries of foreign affairs. I really don't see it touched upon in the plenary on trade agreements. So my suggestion, and if there is still space in the program, maybe we can make it a flash session. Thank you.
Well, you are not forced to. If you think the intention behind the proposal, okay, so you are free that we consider it under the flashes. Further questions, comments? Thomas?
I'm not sure whether this question fits here, but I think there's an overall question. I'm too late for sending in a proposal, but I saw recently an extremely interesting documentary on a German public service broadcaster about the darknet and like Tor applications, where you can buy some of the weapons for the terror attacks in Nice and Germany and wherever have been bought over Tor servers. But on the other hand, apparently more and more people in countries that are not extremely democratic or very undemocratic, where refugees are coming from, or where riots have been taking place in the past months, are relying on Tor networks and so the so-called darknet in order to communicate, because otherwise they feel surveilled and whatever they do and feel threatened also in their lives and put to prison and so on and so forth. So that actually this element of the internet is used more and more for fighting for freedom on the one hand, or trying to keep freedom of individuals, and on the other hand also, of course, for you can buy somebody that kills your brother for $100 and so on, and so you don't know about these stories. But what is less known to many people is the element of let's say protecting their freedom of expression or free access to information and up to protecting themselves actually through using Tor and darknet. And this is something that is probably something like a future topic or an emerging issue that I think it would be great if this could somehow pop up in one way or another, because we'll hear more and more about these things, I guess, in the coming months and years. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make a comment about this lightning talk. Last year we somehow asked Google to do this talk, and actually it did not really turn out. We wanted to have something that they tell us something about their future innovation, about their secrets which is in the laboratory. This year we decided, we proposed to make a call for the lightning talk, and we would especially ask the Estonian community to submit topics for this 30 minutes high-level talk. And I'm referring to a discussion I had last night with Carmen already. She made not a proposal necessarily for the lightning talk, but we found people sitting together that might be even a topic for the lightning talk, but it's not decided. And Carmen, I think when we discuss the program, you will let us know about this problem. It's about digital embassies, a project which is currently established in Estonia, but I'm sure in this country there are more future challenging innovations which can be presented, and this is really something we would especially dedicate to this country.
Thanks. I think that's a very good idea, but am I correct in assuming there's more than one lightning talk then? No, only one. Well, what happened to lightning talk Next Generation Internet, which I understood? Yeah, but that's the one that we proposed for the Next Generation Internet, which is this development that is taking place in the Commission to try to engender reactions and see where we go and how to develop it. That was the idea. But of course, to do something else and different in addition on how Estonia works, I think is a very good idea. But we certainly don't want to replace this lightning talk as it's established here and what we had understood was agreed with something else. A different lightning talk or an additional one, no problem.
We don't have the space in the program for a different one. Either we would subdivide the lightning talk into two parts.
Only 30 minutes. Can I make another proposal then? You have also the welcome, 30-minute welcome. Why not have Estonia make a proposal there about what it's doing and have, you don't call it a lightning talk, but in fact propose and present some of their ideas there. That's a very good introduction to the whole internet governance discussion. What do you think? No, I know, but I'm not suggesting it's the government per se that has to present this. It's something, it can come from anyone about what's going on in Estonia, or whatever you like.
I just comment before I give it to government. When the government gets the microphone, we'll never get it back. But just very short, what we were discussing with Sandra yesterday, that there are two, I think, programs going on right now in Estonia. First is e-residency, which is actually providing encryption and digital signing and establishing a company in 2 minutes and so forth to everybody in and out of Europe. Especially we are now targeting UK during the next 10 years. And the second part is really the digital embassies, which is very interesting way of how the public sector can move forward in the future, especially in the territories that are under threats, for example, territorially or in some other ways. But I think the idea that it could be done during the welcome part, I think it sounds very good. And yeah, I give it to government.
Well, thanks a lot. I mean, this is a multi-stakeholder dialogue, so we are very happy to engage. But I think that Carmen has very well summed up the two main sort of steps we have taken, maybe further than anyone else in the last few years on this topic. So these definitely can be ideas played with, but let's see what all the other stakeholders have to say. And we are definitely ready to pitch in whenever need be and have a lot of ideas. We could fill the whole 2 days if need be. But first of all, let's concentrate on the ideas coming from the room and everyone listening. Thanks, Wolf.
Okay, thanks a lot. Huh? Lunch break.
What is this session, lunch break? Is this a flash? Or is
it's a plenary.
It's a main session. Nothing in parallel.
I remember that during the conference call I raised the point that I think we need to have a message straight from Tallinn to the IGF in Geneva. So do we use the final session to pinpoint this and summarizing in a very short way what could be the message? In the wrap-up. Can we say that the wrap-up is intended to this aim? Exactly. No, but in this case, we'll have a direct impact because it's...
This will be the format for it. Olivier? People are getting hungry.
And I was going to be very short. I just wanted to recognize all the people that are following remotely. There are quite a few people participating, and there's a lot of discussion in the chat. So I hope they'll be able to join us this afternoon, and I'm looking forward to lunch.
Okay. Thanks a lot. As I've seen, there is a big table with lots of promising things on it. And before the table breaks, I invite you now to go closer, have a look and serve yourself. And we will continue at 2 o'clock with the next presentations.
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Before we go into detail into the program, I would like to just make you a little bit familiar with the venue. A team of EuroDIG partners, the host and the secretariat, have been visiting 3 venues in September last year, and the final decision was made to host the EuroDIG in the Swiss Hotel, which is pretty close to the city center. I mean, well, everything is pretty close in Tallinn, so we will be in the Swiss Hotel, and this is the conference level. The setting of the conference level has an implication on the program, because we have to work with a ballroom, which must be divided into 3 parts in order to get workshop rooms. So we need a certain, we need to incorporate in our program a certain logistical element that we have to remove or install walls within breaks in order to make a plenary or a workshop. We had this model already in Sofia. It worked well, but it takes an additional effort from the venue staff and also from us, not to move chairs and well, to be in time so that they can plan ahead. But it's possible. So we have this big ballroom divided into 1 to 3. If you have the overall room, you will have like 350 people fitting into the room. We will organize it in a landscape format, because this allows for more interactive discussion than if it would be theater style, just one after the other. It's actually the same format as we had in Lisbon, as we had in Berlin, as we also had in Sofia. Brussels was more a theater style, but this was given to the conference center. And then we have 2, 3 more rather really small workshop rooms. 1 workshop room is for 36, 1 is for 30. We have a room which we think would be good for flash sessions, 25, and we will have the office where we can also organize some bilateral meetings if there is a request. The workshop, the ballroom, if it's divided, we have rather big rooms, 130, 130, and 150 people. Yes? Closer? Okay. So this is the situation we have to deal with. At the moment, it's planning to have some pre-events on 5th of June and a welcome cocktail in the evening where arriving participants, and we expect many of them will stay in the Swiss Hotel, just can have a drink, get their badge, get in touch with the others, just an informal gathering and say hello. 6th of June is the day, official day 1 of the EuroDIG from 8 to 6:30. That's the original time. We shouldn't do it longer because people are getting tired then. And then also we have the 10th anniversary party. And the 10th anniversary, I won't tell you too much because we want to make it a little bit of a surprise, but it will be held in a very, very fancy place here in Tallinn. It's the Kulturi Kartel, which is an old power station. And it's actually the main venue for the EU presidency. Unfortunately, it was not available for the whole event, for the whole EuroDIG event, but we will have the party there. And this is really a nice place. It's honestly an old fabric. Everything is still there. All the machines, all the tubes, and the what? The dead bodies. We don't kill people in this country. It's a sort of a really, really nice conference center. It's, the way they restored it was very sensible in terms of keeping the old structure, but still bringing in brand new technique and conference equipment. And then on day 2, we have again a day from 9 to 6.
And we hope this time it's not a Friday, that the second half of the day will be still well attended, because this was always an issue if having EuroDIG on a Thursday and on a Friday, that people left Friday afternoon already because they don't want to travel on a Saturday, which is also understandable. Okay, day 0. This is subject to discussion. Our host has to check with the venue if they can really dedicate 3 rooms on day 0 already, and then we would probably only have the afternoon for pre-events. And as we have already more requests for pre-events, 6 in total, we can only assign 2 hours for each pre-event. This is as it looks at the moment, but let's first check with the hotel and also with our host if this works out. Definitely the ballroom will be not available on day 0. This is day 1 of the program. You will see that we are working with these colors, the colors which have been introduced in the call for proposals already in the categories. We follow them so that that should actually help you to navigate through the program. Registration opens at 8. It would be good if as many as possible can already register the day before, because sometimes you have quite long queues and this could delay the start of our meeting. Welcome should be very short. There was a discussion already. I think we will follow up on this if the welcome is not the usual opening speeches and whatsoever, or if we introduce already a local topic to that welcome. That's subject to discussion. It's not up to us to decide this. But of course, if we have high-level people, for instance, the President of Estonia or Mr. Anse, then of course we have to dedicate them also prominent slots, and this would be one of the prominent slots where we can invite high-level people to address the audience. Then we have proposed these 90 minutes open mic session. What has internet governance done for me? This goes back onto many proposals on internet governance, how to engage stakeholders, how to really make internet governance relevant for each community, and if the model really works. Mariana proposed to have a sort of follow-up discussion later on in a workshop or in a flash. We will see how or if we can accommodate this in a follow-up session. Program's already quite packed. We have to change some things maybe. But this session is actually meant to be an interactive session without a panel stage. Just the audience, just the people, everyone, you and me, talking to each other. And of course a moderator who keeps the time and invites people to come to stage. As security and human rights is a focus of the call for proposal, at least as these were the proposals with the most submissions. The first 90 minutes plenary with a panel probably in the big ballroom will be a combination of cybersecurity with a human rights component in it. And we thought it might be an idea to start with the first educational track. We introduced actually the educational track already a couple of years ago. We made it in the morning, we made it during lunchtime. It never worked really out. Last year we dedicated a workshop in the main program. It was organized by Center already and it was very well attended. And many people told us it would have been better to do it on day 1, because then it would have been easier for me to discuss on day 1 and day 2 if I would have known before. So they went to the educational track on day 2 and learned so many things which would have helped them even on day 1 to understand some issues which are under discussion. So therefore we think the basics can go in parallel to plenary 1, which is already very high and very specific topic. Then we have the lunch break. We have to divide the rooms to get workshop rooms, because we found that the workshop are, or that's the feedback what we get from the community, that the workshops are actually the most valuable sessions, because they are interactive, a real discussions taking place, you don't have just talking heads on stage. So we do have an emphasis to offer as many workshops as possible. But of course we also need to accommodate on some point plenaries. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 workshops, and in addition 2 flash sessions, and also 2 flash sessions for the lunch break already. This is the maximum capacity we have. We don't have any more rooms.
So this is what we have to deal with. We have the ballroom divided into 3, and we have 2 more rooms which I showed you on the Place de Flash room. We cannot introduce another room. We might introduce a speaker's corner or something, a very interactive format, but there are no more rooms available than that what you see here. And the Flash additionally. Then we have a coffee break. This is the moment where we have to introduce the walls and set up the walls again in 30 minutes. And then we started already discussing this concept of a lightning talk. I think because we stopped the discussion before our lunch break, we will follow up on this. At the end, a plenary, it's always good to bring the people of day 1 at the end together in one room so that they don't disappear, each one from another workshop. So we want to have them together in the room before we go to the party tonight, also to make some housekeeping notes or to see who's there. And Plenary 2 was our proposal because we think internet in the post-core era is a very hot topic. It's a topic where many stakeholders can engage with. It's a topic where you can have intensive discussion and talks, and also interventions from the floor are very much welcome in this. So this would be our proposal for the last one, because you must be aware, the first session and the last session of the day, and also sessions after breaks, it's sometimes a little bit tricky to get people into the room. So we need to have topics there where the people really want to go to, where they say, I want to see, or I want to listen, or I want to engage with that one. In parallel, blockchain was one of the proposals, and it was ISOC, Frederick Dong, who said, yeah, put blockchain in the program, and because it's in everyone's mind, but many people actually don't know what it's about, don't know the details, don't know the technical details. So we thought this educational track is actually a thing we could establish and offer an educational track or an educational session on blockchain. This doesn't necessarily mean that somebody is there doing a presentation and so that the people fall asleep. There should be also a discussion, but it should have the character of a more get to learn something about the topic and not a high-level expert discussion. This is what we mean with educational track. And the same applies, by the way, for the cybersecurity, which we also call educational track, but with a very big discussion component. Okay, and then on day 1, we will somehow all go together to the 10th anniversary, but we won't tell you much more about this. Day 2. Also, it would be great to have in the morning and in the afternoon all people in one room. Therefore, we started with the plenary or keynote, and we end with the plenary and the wrap-up. The keynote was always a good moment to attract people to come. For instance, if Commissioner Ansip, and he promised already he will join us during EuroDIG because he is Estonian, if he might come on day 2, this might be his slot. And then afterwards, a related plenary. Plenary 3, I have to explain a little bit more. There are only 2 related proposals. But during the planning retreat, partners, secretariat, and the host found that there must be a sort of a possibility for the secretariat or for the subject matter experts, and in cooperation with the institutional partner, to propose a topic which is not necessarily a one-to-one outcome of the call for proposals, but it has a sort of a relevance, or it's a new topic, or it is something which was just forgotten in the call for proposals. So what we propose here is, under the title, How the Digital Revolution Changes Our Work Life, a discussion about things like basic income in the future, collaboration of governments and private sector in the future. We have an example in Finland. They are having a test case at the moment with 2,000 people getting a basic income. This could be a case where we could actually listen and learn from that. This is a topic where we think quite a good discussion could emerge. How do we think our work life, or how the digital revolution will change our work life? I mean, we are on a similar stage as we have been with the industrial revolution, which brought up a workers' union. They haven't been there before. They came with the industrial revolution. Will we in the future have a workers' union for digital jobs? I don't know. I mean, are we all freelancers? don't we work at all and just get the basic income? So questions like this could feed into such a plenary. And again, this is a proposal from the Secretariat in cooperation with the subject matter experts, and it's up to discussion. Nothing is carved in stone here. Then we have to divide the room again. We had very good feedback on these kind of follow-up workshops, so that you say you start with a topic and you have another 90 minutes to follow up on this. So on those topics where we had a number of proposals, we introduced again these follow-up workshops. Sometimes they are really related to each other, or we believe they are related to each other, and then they are called follow-up workshop, and it will be probably the same focal point working on that workshop. But sometimes it's a different workshop, but under the same category, like here. It's a different topic, crime and criminal justice, and security governance. They can be organized by two different focal points, although they are both dealing with cybersecurity. Same here, literacy in communities. It has been discussed already that this is an important issue. And then there were a number of proposals on very specific literacy. So therefore we said, okay, it says literacy, but actually it's much broader, it's cross-cutting. And this is cross-cutting future challenges. This is where we submit all the ideas which do not really fit into one of our category boxes. One workshop is still free, so this gives us at least a little bit of flexibility in changing the sessions. And then one thing we must do is the EuroDIG General Assembly. And we didn't find a better place than this one. It was the same place as last year. It's not ideal, but I wouldn't know when else to do it. I mean, early in the morning, in the afternoon, during lunch break, taking people's networking opportunity. It's up for discussion. It's a proposal. We just put it there where we had it last year. Coffee break again, and a last but only 60-minute plenary about the trade agreements and e-diplomacy in the digital area. 60 minutes because people are getting a little bit tired after 2 days, and we think the last plenary should be a little bit more compromised. Also because we want to have the wrap-up, to thank the people, maybe invite Schengen-Tai to give an outlook on the global IGF, or the Swiss host this time, Thomas, so it's your turn again. And yeah, flash sessions in parallel to the workshops. We try to avoid, at least in these critical times where it's difficult to get all the people in the room, we try to avoid to introduce parallel sessions. This is the case morning on day 2. It's always difficult to get people, and it's such a shame if we have high-level people on stage and the room's half empty. And then also in the evening, I mean, this is the moment when we thank the organizers, and nobody's sitting there. That's just not so nice. So we try even not to introduce flash sessions in the morning and in the evening. Megan, you raised your hand. I get you the mic. Where's the mic? Da ist es nicht. Wo ist denn das Mikro?
Ich hole es.
Sorry to be taking the mic all the time, but two things. One is that from the discussions we had this morning, my understanding was that there was pretty much a groundswell agreement for transforming one of the, I think you had originally called it a flash session, Chris, on e-waste into a workshop on something like, I mean, you'll all decide how to do it, but some people said environment and internet, or circular economy and digital economy, or however you want to call it. So my understanding was that would, if you go back to the other one, that would go in workshop 11, because there was one free. Yeah. So if you now throw it out again, there will be a whole new discussion, whereas my understanding from this morning was that there was general agreement on that. If that's not the case, then we should go back and discuss that. And then on e-diplomacy, I thought Serena had said this morning that the idea was not to include it in the trade agreements, but to have it as a separate flash session or something specific. So I know this is how it was before our discussion, but when you spoke about it, you gave me the impression, at least, that this was now still open for discussion, the workshop, and also that e-diplomacy had not been changed. So somewhere we have to bring together what happened this morning and the new outline of the program.
Well, at the moment we are collecting all the feedback. I also had the impression that there was agreement in this room to give e-waste and climate change a workshop. And so this would go into workshop 11. I didn't change that over the coffee break. This is the stage before we discussed in the morning. Also e-diplomacy, if the requester, Diplo Foundation in this case, says no, this does not go along with it, then we put it back on the requests for Flash. I was already showing you the picture. We have 12 slots actually available and have 16 proposals where we actually propose it could be a Flash. This doesn't mean that these people did request to have a Flash. The subject matter expert identified those topics to be a good topic for a Flash session. So we do not expect that all 16 proposed sessions will really end up in a Flash. Some will say, no, I'm sorry, I'm stepping back, I'm not going to do it, I don't have the time or whatever. But we do not have much more flexibility than 12 Flash sessions. I mean, we could, of course, also introduce Flash sessions in parallel to this one, but I explained you already why this is not such a good idea. The same here. The moderated open mic session, we should not do anything else in parallel to that.
I forgot, I'm sorry. Sorry, this is a minor thing. And that's on your first plenary. Is that day 2? It's on day 1. And it's what has internet governance done for me? I would suggest you change slightly that title. Because I understand what people want, and you want to have people come and say why internet governance is good and what it's done. But couldn't you change it to something like what is internet governance for my issues or issues of concern to me or something like that? Otherwise, it sounds very much the opposite of what John Kennedy used to say. Don't ask what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So I'm just wondering if you would like to change the title very slightly.
Thanks. Sorry, Sandra, I assume we've sort of opened this up for general discussion now.
Yeah, of course.
The one thing I wanted to say, and somewhat selfishly, I guess, if we're talking about putting the climate change workshop in that, but I think it's probably a broader issue, is I really think it would be better to move the General Assembly into the lunch break. And I think we have opportunities during coffee breaks, the lunch on the first day, the dinner and the party on the night. There are plenty of networking opportunities. I think if we put it in against 4 other workshops, you're going to find people missing, or we're going to find we're going to not have people come to that General Assembly.
You mean the EuroDIG Assembly? Or
Sorry, what did I say?
The EuroDIG Assembly, not the NRI Assembly, which is...
No, the EuroDIG General Assembly on day 2. So I think that would be better to move back to day 1.
What do others think? Is there agreement on this?
Good idea.
Thank you. Actually, I wanted to say something about something else, but lunch break is fine for me. I also think we shouldn't have it in parallel because that is somehow weird, or in the first morning during the registration because we may still be fresh. It also depends on how many things we'll have on the agenda of that assembly, so how long that needs to be. But maybe this is something we can discuss separately. I have if you could go back to the day 1 slide. I have a comment on this lightning talk or whatever the word will be on the proposal for an issue that is coming from the Commission, where the proposal says next generation internet. What are the building blocks of the internet of the future so that it can provide to more people, it can provide better services, more intelligence, and so on and so forth. We had some discussions about this. If we consider this, as you said, like an open thing, what I'm asking myself is, I would see this less of a technical looking into the future, but what are the building blocks of the internet in the future? To me, is data, 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 and who owns data, who uses data, how can we get from a data protection policy that is trying to prevent people and businesses from using data into something that tries to align more business innovation interests, maybe consumer, making your life more comfortable interests, while at the same time improving the self-determination of people over what happens to their data, who is using it, to maybe have a brainstorm or a lightning discussion maybe between two people, one who is defending a traditional approach to the use and the non-use of data vis-a-vis somebody who would maybe have a more transversal or another idea. But to me, like the building block of the internet of the future is less a technological change, but it's actually the use of data. And this pops up in several places if you look at the program. And this is to me like the core essence, and just thinking out loud, I would think that this could be highly interesting to focus on this. And with the data protection revision of the directive in the EU, we have a similar process in my country. What happens elsewhere, and the businesses, the European businesses, that getting more and more furious because they are afraid they will lag behind other regions because our data protection policy is not compatible with their view of using big data and so on. And so I think this is a fundamental issue that I would suggest that maybe we can feed this somehow into this thinking.
But would you suggest this for a lightning talk?
Actually, I would, instead of somebody talking for 15 minutes or 20 and then having Q's and A's, it would be nice to have two persons with completely different visions about this and have them clash and then see how people react in the following discussions. But that's just an idea.
Just, I would like to come back to this internet governance title. Yeah. Okay. So maybe we can add some words. So internet governance process or internet governance fora. Because when we say just internet governance, it can give an impression that there is some governing body. So just to stress that this is a process, or fora, or discussions, or something of that kind.
Thank you. I had another comment, but maybe I can.
Take closer, please.
I can also support this change of title for that session. It sounds a bit ironical to me, the way it's formulated. Yeah, provocative and ironic are two different things to my mind. It just reminds me of a British video which was asking, what has the European Convention on Human Rights done for me? And that was really ironical. So I would support that idea to kind of reframe the title there. But the reason why I took the mic was to ask you the question about workshop number 1. Whether you considered the proposal which I made earlier to integrate the policy on internet intermediaries aspects there. And the title of that session is also very cryptic. Human rights discourse that leads to policy. I'm not sure really it speaks to the participant what exactly we mean with that.
Actually, this goes, first of all, your question, yes, I took note of including proposal 4 and intermediaries and making it a follow-up from last year, also to broaden it a little bit. But the reason why there are only 2 proposals included here is this goes back to one proposal from Wolfgang Kleinwächter. He was a member of the team which drafted the Digitale Grundrechtscharta, and there was another proposal from Norbert Bollo. He was also interested in what is the process which really leads to policy on human rights. So we thought these both can go together. We're also thinking about inviting Frank LaRue, for instance, maybe his office even, to organize a session about this, because I'm not sure if Wolfgang would take the lead be the focal point on such a workshop. So, well, this is
Yeah, I saw where it's coming from. I saw the two proposals, but Wolfgang's proposal, to my mind, is much more clear in terms of title for this session. Human rights in the digital age, that's what he's proposing. Whereas human rights discourse that leads to policy, it's very cryptic, really. We have to shorten that and to make it more policy-oriented with regard to human rights. So, and it's the other way around, the way it's formulated.
So please take into account these are working titles, but I understand that you already want at this stage to set the scene right, that it goes into the right direction, which is more about human rights in the digital age.
I have Oh, you want first? Okay. I would. It goes a bit in hand with what Elvana was saying, but since we are probably able to create some workshop slots now when we are moving stuff around, so I would also go back to the thing that the intermediate liability, even though the term is so old and everybody gets tired of it, but Council of Europe is going to have a draft and it's going to go to ministers slightly after that. So any comment would actually make it so much easier for the Council of Europe to have this fair balance finding instrument, to have wider support from multi-stakeholder for 47 countries. And especially to find how it works with the Code of Human Rights Practice as well as Commission initiatives in audiovisual media and so forth. So I would also really support on Elvana. And secondly, comment to what Thomas was saying. I think regarding how EuroDIG is built up, to have more discussions and to see different perspectives, then I tend to agree with the data thing. That I agree that data is definitely the new currency and you can't look beyond it. And it's very different perspective whether we are talking about data protection, personal data protection, for example, or we are talking about wider data as such, ownership of data, personal data included, but also raw data or sensor-sent data coming from your cars, your fridges, your watches. Who owns that? Who can sell it? Who can benefit from it? So it's very number one problem for the companies to know where are the limits, or at least to have a different perspective, what can we do? And, you know, since anyway, the Estonia is host as well, so since it's going to be also number one theme for the EU presidency, which is not EuroDIG, but still, it is going to be data as a fifth freedom, and so it's commodification and so on, and ownership mainly. So I agree that Lightning Talk could have two very, very different perspectives. One is personal data protection, one is a very wide understanding of data and how to use it in 10 years' time.
Would you have just to write something down so that we can remember when revisiting the feedback, working title for this? Data management or data the current?
But I'll write something in a chat.
Megan?
Yeah, I actually fully support Carmen's point about data, because I believe that the future challenge right now in the age of big data, it's not even personal data protection. It's what are we going to do with data that we are not considering personal yet, and which are, frankly speaking, sometimes not personal at all. Are we giving them equal protection or not? And how and what are we doing with them, like in the future, selling, reselling, how, like, in legal, and it's not only about data breaches, how it's all covered by the law and by, like, how technology is going to address these challenges. But also, yeah, I wanted to support Sandra about the working titles, because it would be organizing team that will come up with the title for the session. And yes, I mean, given this a direction, just giving them a few keywords, but I observed several times the organizing teams come in with a very nice and creative titles. So I wouldn't, you know, stand on the way of their creativity. I would just give the keywords.
Yes, while we're talking about Workshop 1, and in full transparency, as I've been engaged with the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet, and also very well aware of the Council of Europe's guide
on human rights for the internet work. I really think that this workshop, if it's going to remain based on the one proposal that had a blurb to it, that it has to take an historical point of view. We can't start sort of reinventing the wheel every year. And I think it would be a very valuable workshop at this point, at the 10-year anniversary of a number of formidable undertakings, to take an overview of all the initiatives, self-named charters, digital agendas that include human rights, that predate Snowden's revelations. I think that would allow something new to be said about a theme that has now become almost too seemingly obvious but not resolved. So I would advocate, if that workshop one were to stay with that content, that it be far more historical, far more inclusive than it currently is. The German initiative with the Greens and Martin Schulz is very, very interesting, but it is not the first. And we've had stuff coming out of the South Pacific, we have stuff coming from Italy, we have of course, the Marco Civil. So an historical view, I think, would be very appropriate at this time on this topic at EuroDIG. But of course, I also understand Carmen's points. We might have to split. I mean, I think there's a kind of there's a tension here with what that workshop one really should be about.
We are talking about workshop one.
Yes, yes, that's my point. That it's actually turning into two different possible directions. Yeah, but historical view, please, and an inclusive one, please. Otherwise, we're not. We could be guilty of providing skewed news.
Well, sorry to come back to this again, but just on the lightning talk, I understand the interests of data. There's no question data is very interesting and data will be the future resource. And you have to distinguish, of course, between personal data and all other data that's not personal. And we have huge policies on open data and access and trying to make even more data open. So if all the organizers think that a lightning talk should be on data rather than on the next generation internet, that's absolutely fine for us, obviously. But what was requested by us, and somewhere we want to put it in the program, is something about the next generation internet, which includes also technical aspects, human rights aspects, societal aspects, etc. How is the internet going to look in the future, and to see and receive the feedback from stakeholders? So if it moves from the lightning talk and the lightning talk becomes something on data, fine. But then we would like to have something somewhere on next generation internet. That's what was requested. Okay? Just to clarify for everyone in the room, that's what.
Thank you, Megan. So I want really to support the Commission in this case. And it's a nice one. You see from Megan. Because I think this is marks the 10 year of the EuroDIG, and one thing that has been constantly missing is this direction that the European institutions are taking on internet-related issues, and the EuroDIG. It really went on two different tracks. So I would like really to see here, and I mean, Estonia is the country hosting that, a discussion that includes also the digital single market, or what this next generation internet package, you don't want it, but I think...
I will always argue against digital single market at EuroDIG because we are not in EU in this sense. The EuroDIG is much broader than digital single market.
I'm not a fan of the digital single market myself. I believe that it's, from the outset, there is something fundamentally wrong. But we can, but we have to confront with the fact that there have been discussions going on in Brussels to make directives on privacy, on platform regulation, on communications and media, and we are like in a bubble, like we don't see that, like they don't exist. And those policies, one day will be implemented, will be regulation that countries will have to implement, and I really think that it's extremely short-sighted from EuroDIG to just don't pay attention to those things and to don't just bring in the European Commission, the European institutions to these processes of discussing policies that are very far from the way that they are addressing those issues, but the issues are the same. So it's not a judgment whether I like or not the digital single market packages or the next generation internet, but is the fact that they are there and that they will have an impact on the internet governance, despite they don't know that, or they know, but someone on top of them they seems to not really see that. And I think our task here is also to bring that to the table and to open the eyes on that.
Andre, I'm not sure if you were here this morning, but I briefly mentioned the digital single market in the context of the global trade agreements. So there was quite a few submissions that touched on this, and especially from the pre-accession country point of view and the neighborhood policy point of view. So they feel that, you know, as EU is enlarging its scope through this kind of partnership process, that they will have to then harmonize their legislation. So I think there will be certain, and the same principle goes for the global agreements, of course, that at some high political level we are coming up with these agreements, and the implementation will then include all the countries, and whether we are blind to that or not, you know, I think the dynamic is there from my point of view. And that was the last plenary session on the second day. And on Megan's comment on the next generation internet, so I already told Megan that the Internet Society is also in parallel doing an exercise on future internet scenarios, which indeed we consider as well as a kind of wider topic than data or any other pillar. So it will include anything from artificial intelligence on, you know, societal impacts, etc. So I think it's an interesting discussion to have, but as we discussed before, data is as well, you know, interesting. So I'm not necessarily here taking sides, but I think it's a topic on its own as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I don't want you to get me wrong. I have nothing against digital single market. I only want to, if anything like this gets there, it has to be framed in a broader context, like Marit said, not only about something EU focused, because there are much, like there are more countries than, exactly. So I would support anything about next generation internet. So I mean, as long as it has impact, you know, broader impact, broader title.
Thank you. I don't want to prolong the discussion so much. Just to say that the idea behind this submission from our side was exactly the one described just before. So it was about artificial intelligence, social impacts, whatever could be there in an internet that we cannot imagine right now. So not the digital single market, that is not something that has already happened, and we are behind it, regulating it. It's future looking. That was the whole idea.
First of all, let me tell you, I love the digital single market. If you get rid of roaming fees completely, if you get rid of geo-blocking, of course, I think I'll be extremely happy, and I will push Switzerland to become a member of the digital single market in whatever way that is possible. But this is only half a joke. So again, and I agree that this is, of course, extremely relevant. And I mean, it's not all there. So part of this is also forward-looking, because the digital single market will probably never be built. That is going to be a work in progress for the next 20 years. I think one thing that we'll have to remember, though, is given Brexit, Trump, blah, 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 what will come up, harmonization or whatever is needed, common visions or whatever is needed for the digital single market is a nice thing, is a necessary thing. But somehow not everybody seems to be with us. Probably we're all here with this. And if we discuss about these things, it may also be interesting to try and take on why is not everybody with us. That's part of like changes and disruptive transformations of workplaces and so on and so forth. Fear of killing jobs and globalization. With digitization, this merger is fatal, at least in the minds of some people, where they are afraid that they're losing control over the world as they had to. And this may be something, when even the WEF has started to discuss this now from a different angle, and this is something that I also think we may look into. We don't have to make it a session, but that may be a cross-cutting issue in our heads, that we try and find solutions, how to take people on board on these nice developments that we're all liking and looking forward to. That's one element. And that may also be an element of the next generation internet. I mean, technically, of course, there will be new tools, but the next generation internet is the Internet of Things, based on data, and also artificial intelligence. There is a part that is just CPUs that have calculating capacities that are amazing, and the other one is that they will be able to use data in order to learn these artificial things. So we don't have to go into spend too much time on this, but still, like, data and the flow of data probably is a core of this, whatever we do. But I think it's good to have something that is looking forward, but I would like to see it slightly more shaped. Or maybe we do a flash on the latest developments in artificial intelligence somewhere separately, or there may be different ways to do it. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry, I'd just like to make a small point on building on the last two interventions. It's true that a discussion forward-looking is interesting, but as you said, what we're doing now in terms of regulation will shape the future. And we know that regulators, once they regulate, it's very difficult to withdraw regulation. So everything that we are working on now will actually influence the next decades, I dare to say, and that's why I'm sorry if I'm not really into all how the organizing committees and the preparation of the agendas are processed. But I wonder if we cannot really embed your DSM angle in the agendas of the different topics. Of course, we should not let this to monopolize the discussion, but just be an angle or a point in the debate where we can actually address the regulation that is being discussed in one of the topics. I wonder if this could be a suggestion to go around it.
Which topic would you see it?
Well, the digital single market actually has measures in many topics. You have it in privacy, you have it in business models and the open internet, not only on platforms, but also on infrastructure regulation, on services regulation, copyright. You have it everywhere. So, as actually Carmen or explained, like the copyright issues are pretty much linked to the directive being negotiated. So it's a cross-cutting, and maybe we just could take it into account.
This is just a reply on what you have said. You're right. I mean, if this fits in so many sessions, the point is, because these org teams are open, finally the session was shaped in a way how the org team wants to shape it. And those who have an interest that these topics are included in the discussion should, and in this case then maybe you or telecoms, participate in the org team to get this component into the session you just mentioned. That's really important, because we as the Secretariat, we can put it in the keywords and say this workshop should deal about, and then blah 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 keywords we have here. But we cannot really follow up and make sure that then the org team goes into the direction how you are proposing it at the moment. So this is then really something up to those who have an interest in to really engage in the teams. Otherwise, we will risk that we are losing this topic or this momentum.
Right. This is a very important point. We are coordinating afterwards, the org teams. We are following up, but we are not giving instructions. We will not say, listen, org team X, there was a point made during the planning meeting in Tallinn. You should consider either you follow up as part of the org team and make your point and insist on your point, or it will get lost in the later stage. So we are not the drivers, the Secretariat. We are the coordinators. And bottom-up works, you must follow up your ideas and your concerns. You must stand up in the design process when the session is shaped. And we are encouraging. So if you get resistance, etc., from other org team members, you can refer back and say, well, but I made this point already, and we can confirm. But you must be the pushing part of make your Megan, whoever here, to make yourself heard and to have your influence on the final design of the session.
involve. But what if they don't push? Because they don't see us, because they don't understand that we are in this discussion, because they don't think we are relevant.
Poor guy.
No, but yeah, because
Who's they? Who's they?
So,
So you can advocate for that.
no, because I mean yeah, but also I mean DG Trade, for instance, they are discussing what will be the future of the TTIP, and if there is a future on that, if there is a future, and will they ever come to EuroDIG and say maybe we don't want to discuss that in a multi-stakeholder environment, because I think that we have learned from the lesson that if we negotiate trade agreements among negotiators in closed rooms, we won't go far. Unfortunately not. I mean, that would be an ideal world. I would love to see that. But at the end, the decision they are taking, they will have an impact on us as internet users, or us as wanting to enjoy ourselves as shapers of the internet governance. So if they don't push, if they don't come in the bottom up at one point, we have to recognize that they have an impact. We have to go to them and say, tell us how do you are designing the e-privacy directive, and how do you think that you can bring that into this environment and learn from other stakeholders. So that's the bottom up at one point, it needs to have some top down push, because otherwise it's you have to work together or I don't know.
I think I got your point, but it will be an encouragement. But we are not the submitters of the proposal, and the submitters have to follow up on this. So as our key motto, EuroDIG is always open, inclusive, blah, 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 blah. But the people who get involved must follow up. Any more questions, comments?
New old point. I think on day 2 we have a slot free now because the EuroDIG General Assembly was moved away.
Yep.
That means this is perfect for the refugee workshop that we wanted to do in the beginning, right?
Wie lange geht unser Meeting heute? Bis 18 Uhr ungefähr?
Did you had a lunch together?
Eigentlich 17. 17 ist das Ziel, aber lass uns mal 17:30.
The time, okay. We will keep this in.
If there is consensus here in this room, I heard consensus to give the e-waste and environment a workshop. And if there is consensus in this room and we don't get objections over the week, then we can also make this refugee follow-up, whatever. We should have better keywords, otherwise it really sounds like the same procedure as every year.
Dinner for one.
Yeah.
Let's call it dinner for one.
Can I ask in this room, is there consensus or is there objections to move up this flash to a workshop again? No, e-waste, I think there was consensus already. No, the new
buzzword would be digital citizenship as a problem.
So
okay.
So we exclude the refugee thing.
No, the refugees is part of that. So the refugee should
But you were talking about
framed
e-waste.
in the
Das ist
issue
durch.
about digital citizenship, whether it works or not.
Digital citizenship.
And refugees, newcomers. Yeah. We don't just say follow on, as if it's more of the same, which is not.
And this cannot go under literacy in communities?
It's not about literacy.
It's not about literacy.
Oh, we made that point.
It's about.
About access, inclusion, what is citizenship in a multicultural society, what happens when identity goes digital, So it covers a number of points. So it's new. But developing, we also need to have a dynamic where we develop themes to go deeper into them. So it won't be, no. That would have to be the untamed, it's not
Marianne, just a question, because you have been focal point for various years already, and our idea is always to bring in new people. Would you be willing to help a new focal point to develop a session on this?
Yeah, sure. We brought in new people last year, and I think we have a firm grassroots organisation helping us bring in new people.
Yeah, for instance, if
definitely
this goes in the people of in the hand of young people,
absolutely,
then you as an old hand,
older young person. Yeah, sure, absolutely. I think there's a lot more to be said that is new and goes deeper. So it will not. We'll have to find a new title that brings in refugees and links it to digital citizenship and all data and who ownership and yeah.
I would have never dared to call you an old hand.
But Sandra, you were talking about the new focal point. Could the new focal point be something that is not just migrants, but to view it a bit wider? Because we have in every country, we have not migrants, but people who have lived there for 30, 40 years, but who are not speaking native language. And for them, the access and literacy is a huge problem. In this country, we have 30% of Russian-speaking people. They don't even live in the same media room because of the language barriers. And this also goes to the, I think, your part about multilingualism. And it's also about automatic language tools that will be here in 2 years' time. You won't even know what kind of web page you are talking. So that actually leads us to jurisdiction issues, because legal cases still needs to be solved. And if everything is available in your own language, this kind of complicates this matter. So you could kind of maybe, instead of migrants, I attended your workshop last year, you know I did. So it was really good. And I'm not saying that it would be a repetition, but we could widen the perspective about the multilingual aspect as well.
That's already underway. Thanks, Carmen. We've already discussed it, Olivier and I. But I think there's a comment from... We haven't met yet, by the way. What's your name? And let's swap cards.
Yeah, the Marianne and I discussed during lunch that whether we could fold the the citizenship with the whole issue of elderly and youth and multiculturalism and multiple scripts. And there was, I think, a workshop on that.
And what was the question? What was the outcome? Can we bring this together? Literacy, which is flash number 3. A lot of proposals go into this one. Would that work? Because this would also free up a flash slot. We really have to negotiate now.
Not the flash shop.
Yeah.
That flash slot.
No, I mean, what Olivier just said, he was discussing with you in the break if he can include developing economies, young and elderly people, which is another flash session where a lot of proposals go into. Can we maybe bring this together with digital citizenship? Because you were discussing about, is this somehow related?
This already shows that I wasn't actually speaking in the break with her. I have no idea. I cannot answer that question, but I would argue that like the one part which focuses on minority groups that already exist and those communities goes into access for communities, which is actually a known slot on day one. And then have a second session which actually focuses on migration. We have not a single session that focuses on migration, even though it's a giant topic for all of us. And refugee movement is only one of the cases that is involved here.
Actually, I haven't neither been to your workshop nor have I participated in the lunch break thing. But I think it's an interesting issue also, maybe also depending on how the next few months will develop. Because and I agree, migration is an issue in all of our countries, including the discussion of Brexit and the question of my country with our bilateral contracts with the EU. So borders and nationalities and identity and access to services, blah, blah. I don't know what you discussed, but I think there's quite a few things that could somehow fit in there because people move around and your identity stays, and maybe that creates some some problems. It's similar, but it's not like as simple as geo-blocking, but there are various elements that you can use with this. And also if the tensions, let's say, between Turkey and other countries and the refugees that create tensions, if we witness that more borders will be put up in the next few months, maybe also in Europe or at the borders of Europe, I think this becomes even more relevant because it somehow is in contradiction with our nice open approach of the internet and free flow of everything if people can't flow freely and that has consequences. So maybe we give this some time also to see how the world develops and then shape it accordingly. But it has definitely interesting aspects to it, I would say. Also for the industry, because that also has legal impacts, I think.
One addition and to reply to you, Bernard, you said access for community. This workshop, if you look at the proposals behind that, this actually goes really much more into the technical thing. I mean, the group of, the keywords sound like, yes, you could also put it under that, but if you look at the proposals, then this is a separate topic. So my question would be to Olivier, if you can somehow deal with all this input, because I would be lost now with the numbers and ideas and
So things haven't actually, I've just noticed looking at the overall schedule, things haven't been reorganized the way that we had reorganized them. If we go to the actual page which has got access and literacy, we've got one of the workshops saying literacy, cultures and multilingualism, cross-cutting, and it's got 39, 127 and perhaps 97. That was then changed and split, and if we look at our main program, that was then put into critical internet literacy, which is workshop 10 now. And workshop 6 is literacy in communities, and workshop 3 is access for communities. So in fact, it's funny because this morning we spoke about needing one workshop specifically on access, and in fact, we had already anticipated that and had just one on access and then the other one on literacy. So there was a reorganization from this list that we have here. It hasn't been transposed directly into the overall meeting space. Now, the question is that we had during lunch was whether we could actually put literacy for refugees, digital citizenship with literacy, cultures, multilingualism. And it seems that because we've now changed the whole structure and we've got now critical internet literacy, we wouldn't be able to link it with that. So we'd have to find a way to either link it with literacy in communities or to have it as a separate workshop.
No, I think just to cut to the chase, I think I am advocating, and my colleague here, new colleague, is advocating that refugees and inclusion be given the chance to have a workshop space, and that it be worked up in such a way that it approaches new questions. And in this case, the issue around citizenship and inclusion and borders and all the things that Thomas very eloquently listed. Yes, a standalone workshop space that apparently has become physically possible. Yeah. Is it 77? Is that the number? Yeah, because it's not about just literacy. I feel literacy is a good topic, but this is not. Yeah.
Bei Access irgendwie wollen sie alle was haben, aber am Ende macht keiner die Arbeit. Doch, sie macht das dann immer mal im Alleingang. Deswegen haben wir ja dieses Jahr auch Marit angefragt, weil wir wissen, die auch.
May I make a critical remark on this? Well, I hope that you keep and follow up the internet governance aspect of this debate, because a mere refugee debate wouldn't be the right thing at EuroDIG, in my opinion. So it must have a clear internet governance focus and not just being a social blah 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 welcome Merkel debate.
No, it will not just. No. Point taken. The 2 workshops last year made it very clear where internet governance issues intersect with the issues of newcomers and inclusion, physical and digital, and the context has changed to such an extent since last year. We have many new pressing issues. No, it will not just be about refugees, blah blah blah. No, though with due respect, that is a very important topic.
My question to Olivier: are you still on track when we have the call next week? Will you be able to let us know which numbers go together and which set? Because I'm lost now.
The numbers are all going the way that we've actually rearranged them on the second page, the page of the second day. So you've got workshop 6 and workshop 10. Workshop 10 has got 39, 127, 97, and 37 as well. 37 moved from access and literacy in the community over to literacy, cultures, and multilingualism. But what Marianne is asking is one more slot, and I don't know whether we have another spare workshop slot. That's the question. If we do, then that's fine. If we don't, then we have a problem.
At the moment, we have one more slot because we moved the General Assembly to the lunch break.
To the lunch break. Okay.
So we give that additional slot to digital citizenship? Yeah? Okay. Okay, and Olivier, I didn't take notes of what you've said. I will reconsult with you regarding which number goes in which one, and then we reconfirm with those who are somehow have been engaged, Marit, Marianne, Bernard, if this meets the intent.
Just maybe I missed one part. The workshop number, I think it was 1, the human rights thing. What did you do with that? Did we divide it or not? Because I'm lost.
At the moment, it's not divided. It is broadened. It's not focusing anymore on human rights, the German initiative, and all these things. The request was to broaden it and call it human rights in a digital age, and then put all the discussion which comes from the Council of Europe, which has been discussed over years in history, to put this in a broader.
But this means that this workshop has absolutely no focus. And if it doesn't have a focus, because human rights policy, this is something that is wider than life. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, we lost a little bit the focus, but there were so many requests which have to be accommodated in the workshop that this happens sometimes.
Yeah. From my experience, you can have a good workshop with no focus. Just get a good moderator, just get the issues clustered, just get people involved in the discussion. Just lead the issues, and even if the focus is lost, at least people know which issues they're going to discuss. I mean, if there is no other way.
Just a very quick comment to Olivier, a tactical comment. Number 17 under the access, it's about open data. And it was put under access. And I think when I was going through the innovation and...
no, at the moment all flashes are...
Sorry?
Let's discuss.
17. 17. So it's about open data. And when I was looking through the innovation economic issues, I think that falls better under there than access if we want to keep it tight. The
literacy in communities.
Sorry?
17.
Yes.
Is under literacy in communities.
It's under access for communities, workshop 3 on the agenda, 1717, open data.
I think you're looking at different
proposals.
One is looking at this overview, and the other one's looking at the program.
Yeah, I'm looking at the program. Which one is the right one?
Both.
Which one is the actual?
I would say one more slot for the green category, and we do the math later on. I don't think we should distribute numbers in this prime time here. We will reconsult with you after the 5th of February and see how we name it and which numbers fall under it. And I think the same will apply for the human rights workshop, which is also now a bit differently than originally proposed, and we will reconsult with those who were active and who submitted a proposal, Wolfgang Kleinwächter, Norbert Bollo, to get the right focus. Matthias Kettemann as well. It's up to you then to bring in the proposals you consider as relevant. Okay.
The digital rights agenda that the German, what's it called? That seems to me as a very good flash panel topic. Is that where we're heading? So that whole workshop one can be reconstructed in terms of Carmen's points. That's what. Do I understand that correctly? Okay, good. Just checking. Then +1 from me.
And you follow up, Carmen.
No, I'm just so happy that Marianne was on my side.
Yes, but we need a little bit more commitment.
Yes, of course, and Anna is also, I know, she's on my side.
This is not a tennis game here.
So you are proposing a double with Elvana? Yes. Against whom?
Against Olivier. Okay, that's fine.
I'll take anyone. Can we just go 3 slides further, please? Because Marit just mentioned number 17, and I thought that is shown on our agenda.
You mean
Next.
this?
Next, where the overall schedule. Next.
Can we have the full screen again, please?
That's the one. So that's day 2. 17 is in workshop 6, literacy in communities.
And also in access in workshop 3.
Can we go back one, please?
It is true.
It is. Unbelievable. That's not my mistake. I don't know where that came.
That wasn't even my point. My point was that it was open data, which I don't think necessarily fits in with this.
Okay, let's revisit those things and let's do the distribution.
So scratch it from access for communities then, isn't it? Which one do you delete it from?
Access for communities.
Okay, delete that. Okay.
Would it fit into the business models and open internet?
That was my feeling because that's app economy. So government is releasing open data to make services.
Innovation,
Exactly.
that
That was my point. Yes, I agree.
So, was geht jetzt wo rein?
Which number is it? 17. Kommt von hier rüber. Genau. You may also speak German to Sandra. To be inclusive with the minorities.
Okay. Okay, so we finished with the access, we finished with the human rights, we agreed on the e-waste. We have not yet agreed on the data, what Thomas was proposing, and also on the lightning talk and digital single market. Well, the digital single market, we said it might be an underlying issue where the community is asked to bring in this topic in the session organizing process. But what about this data as the currency of the future? This is what I noted here. Shall we allocate a slot in the program for this?
Thank you. I'm not insisting on this. That was a proposal because I sense that this is a cross-cutting issue as well, and that would merit like if we. But I'm not too sure what exactly you mean with the technical aspects of next generation internet. Yeah.
It's one element is the technical. The other is what are all the other issues. Elena said it as well.
Take the mic, please.
Lara has said it. I've said it. So, I mean, if I knew what it was, I would be able to tell you. We don't know what it's going to be. It's a question of looking towards the future and identifying what are the issues that we want, what are the important policy issues that will arise, and how do we bring together the interested parties to shape the next generation internet. And of course all the technical aspects. There's a lot of research, innovation, etc. that underlines this. But it goes far beyond that. So that was the idea. And data, I think data is addressed many times. I'm of course not at all opposed to data. I think it's a very interesting issue, and it's certainly going to be discussed at many many of the workshops and in other elements. Also on digital single market, sorry to raise this, when you talk about copyright, for example, the digital single market is going to come up. And digital single market is not EU specific. Of course, the legislation applies within Europe and to the EEA countries by definition. But the whole point, or one of the many points of the digital single market, is not just to make Europe a single market, but to make it easier and faster and better to trade with Europe as well.
Europe great again.
No thanks. I didn't say any of those things, if anyone heard them.
You're on the record.
Well, she's Canadian, of course.
So Megan, for the moment, we would assign this specific proposal, Next Generation, a flash session. Would that be okay?
You can leave it there.
Or do we leave it at the lightning talk?
Let's leave it at the lightning talk for now, unless you come up with a better idea and something new and dramatic and sexy.
Yeah.
And
you.
then if it's not, if you don't have it, then of course we pass to a flash session. No problem.
Okay. Carmen
has something dramatic and sexy.
You explained last night something which many people on the table, well, many, the three we were sitting there, found a good talk for a good topic for lightning talk. Could you explain that to the audience, please?
But it could be, maybe I think Piret could be or Gert could be in better position to answer. But I agree that it could be something if Ansip is coming anyway, or if there's some kind of keynote or whatever, something to start the day. It could be that as well. It doesn't. Government. Well, the content is what I think I told before. It was about the e-residency and cloud embassies. So it's just to, because I think the ideas behind it are interesting from the perspective of a citizen as well as the entrepreneurs and the states in and out of Europe. But I don't, whether it's a lightning session or it's anything else, that's up to discussion. That's not even a proposal here, as you can hear, and definitely not a dramatic and sexy anything. So.
No, there's not really much to add. I mean, from the government side, we are, of course, willing to fill any gap there. And both the topics that Carmen mentioned are obviously for Estonia. We can talk about how we are embracing these new ideas and moving forward. This, if this is something that the others would want to listen to or learn from. Of course, naturally, but I mean, we definitely take into consideration that there are already ideas for the flash talk, and we can engage this in another session as well. This is why we're here for now, to discuss.
Another idea. Well, I think you shouldn't miss the opportunity to showcase Estonia, and I'm sure you won't. I think it's really important. So. You have in the welcome speech one possibility, depending on who speaks. The lightning session is another possibility, but there's also the anniversary party. Now, as long as you don't start the party, but also at some events we have had a speech also, or a lightning session, or something also at the party, before the party starts. If you start the party, it's impopulous, and it won't work. But that's another possibility, just to keep it as and especially since it's going to be a surprise, it could be part of your surprise.
Our surprise wouldn't allow for speeches.
No.
You can sing. If they provide you a text, you can sing.
An e-citizen.
The lightning sing.
Thanks. I don't think there's anything so much to add anymore here after what Carmen and Gert had said. Also, I'm thinking if Ansip will be coming, I don't know if it's a good idea to ask him to talk in the morning of a second day, because the last evening party will be as a party, I guess. So we have to consider it as we have this experience from the last year. And And also, what we have been sometimes doing is that we have taken like 30 minutes from the lunch break sometimes. If the lunch break is 90 minutes, last year on the last day, many people felt it was too long because for that time everybody had talked to anyone whom they wanted to talk already. So there is option 30 minutes, whatever lightning session or something else. If someone wants to make a beach on something, that could be possible because the people can take the food with the plates to the room, and if there are like standing tables, it could fit very well for 30 minutes something. What else I wanted to say? Yeah, the e-residency and this cloud embassy and all these things what we have here, of course. So we are very much willing to share our experience and what Estonia is doing. But would it be during the sessions or would it be to start the party? This can be discussed. But of course we are available with all that. So thank you.
Okay.
I have a proposal. I was just thinking of the program, and no one has so far commented on our idea of plenary 2, how the digital revolution changes our work life. Wouldn't it be a good idea to move the lightning talk, the next generation internet, the proposal which comes from the Commission, before this plenary, because this relates also somehow to each other. Don't you think?
And then have the keynote thing in the afternoon of the first day.
It's about the future, and what you're talking about in the other is what's happening.
No. It's about the future. How the digital revolution changes our work life. It's about. It's more specific.
It's present and future, and not. It's not to talk about the industrial revolution. It's talking about. One.
Yes, fourth one. Forthcoming resolution.
So actually this would make sense, and maybe we can a keynote speaker get from the Commission who is talking about this proposal which is currently now on the lightning talk, and we can accommodate Mr. Ansip in the afternoon of day 1, for instance.
It's, by the way, since Giacomo has the... It's not Ansip who's going to present the next generation internet.
Yeah, that's clear.
That wasn't the idea.
Yeah, I know.
It was, okay.
In fact, I was looking at this plenary in order to answer to your question of before, where we can put big data, because I think that when we talk of digital revolution changing our work life, big data fits exactly in it.
And artificial intelligence.
Can you provide some? I need
some robots?
No, artificial intelligence to supplement.
Would there be agreement on shorten the lunch
motion,
break?
To the Swiss government.
Yes.
Okay.
Would there be agreement on shortening the lunch break from 90 to 60 minutes on both days?
Second.
On the second only, not on both days?
No, leave it. I think the perception was quite interesting. The first day, there is a lot of needs to walk around, network, blah, 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 blah. But at the second day, you are done. You are tired, you are done. You don't need the 30 minutes. So leave it the 90 minutes on day 1 and cut it down to 60 minutes on day 2. So we get another 30 minutes for another program option.
Okay, so this would actually...
opportunity to talk to those that you don't want to talk with.
Right.
So this would offer the opportunity to have another lightning 30 minutes funny thing after the coffee break on day 2, because we cannot do something after the lunch break which is in the plenary room, because the plenary room at that time is divided and we could not change that setting. So it would bring us an additional 30 minutes for the afternoon, for the coffee break.
Yeah.
Or maybe in the morning, but not during the day.
Well, as it was mentioned for day 2, so early after the anniversary party, we will be in trouble with the first program slot to fill up the room. So we can, in the morning, have a little bit more space to get the room filled again, or we have more flexibility to put something in the morning which doesn't need the whole audience, which may be, as we had in Lisbon, the one-to-one, interesting for a particular group of people, and then start with the main program again with some tolerance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so for the moment I took a proposal from the lightning talk 122 to the keynote in the morning of day 2 and shortened the lunch break on day 2, which gives us another 30 minutes lightning talk or whatsoever format after the coffee break on day 2. And the EuroDIG General Assembly will be in lunch break, and we have only 1 hour then, so we have to make it short.
Short.
Okay. Any other proposals on the overall program or on specific issues without moving numbers?
Can we switch day 1 and day 2 completely?
No.
No. No.
No.
No. Or the morning of the... No.
Because if there are no major questions and points at this stage, just let me check how we are in time. We have a coffee break in 20 minutes for half an hour. And after the coffee break, we will only discuss the next steps, logistical issues, and we would actually like to more or less stop the discussion on the program. That's why I'm asking for last time if there are any things you are not happy with regard to the program.
I just want to go through it once more quickly. Like, there's only a limited amount of slots where there's basically one person talking and everyone listening, and that's the lightning talks and that's the keynote.
And the flashes.
And the flashes, yeah.
12.
But I mean, the big ones are like the ones that are addressing like the majority of people are the lightning talk and the keynote. And all of them are currently held by the Commission. Did I understand it?
We have one.
Okay, you have one?
One out of what, 40 or whatever.
At the moment, the Commission has the sort of keynote or...
Yeah, but also the next generation...
No, that's an input for an issue. It's not decided who will be participating.
But I think it's important to also have some form of parity between stakeholders in that sense. Yeah.
We have, if Ansip comes, he will want to speak. And we have one proposal, which is next generation. Nothing else.
Just very briefly, I just want to express my support to Megan's earlier suggestion to change the title of the first session on the first day, because to me it sounds a bit negative.
Point taken.
So, thanks.
There was many people in this room suggesting.
I don't even know if it's a comment or a question. I think about it then.
Yeah, I'm just checking the flash sessions. They're happening parallel or not? So they're happening, yeah, right. Okay, so
it's the right track.
Yeah, the right track. So are they all set in place, or there's room for wriggle room and shifts and changes in the flash? It's the main program we're focusing on at the moment. I mean, is in the central column. The flash sessions are all are they already decided? Are they all decided, or are they still like open to negotiation?
We have the slots assigned.
Mm-hmm.
There is limited flexibility in terms of adding additional slots for the reasons I mentioned.
Mm.
And we have a list of topics where subject matter experts identified this might be eligible for a flash session. So some of them think here we will end up with one flash only. One workshop is also here we are now 2 only because one is a workshop. So we have a limited number already. I do not expect at the moment that everyone of these lists will really organize a flash session. So the aim is to end up with 12 flash sessions.
Okay.
But this has to be decided after we got the feedback from those people. Yes, I do a flash, or no, I do not a flash. And meanwhile, there's already a waiting list because other people came and said, oh, actually I wanted to do something else, because in the past it was always the case that we made an additional call for flash sessions. But because the input from the call for proposals was already so fruitful, actually, that we don't need another call for more topics. We have enough topics already. And now more people in the comment period, and actually this is the right time to come, came already and said, oh, actually I would like to do a flash session as well. So we are working with a list here, and this list is not yet confirmed.
Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to check the flashes still had some, based on previous experience. That's good, thank you.
But if you or any one of you wants to make a flash, then rather be quick, because if we end up with 20, we have to close the queue at some point. Comment?
Just a suggestion about flashes. I think in Guadalajara the flashes worked really, really good in the way that you were just standing outside and you really didn't want to listen to anything anymore, and then it was just in a push method. Yes, so you couldn't just stand there, so they were just kind of like propaganda kind of style. Mm-hmm. So you couldn't just have your cigarette, so you had to listen to something. So could we maybe move some of the flashes to the coffee breaks? So the people can walk away if they want, but it doesn't go inside so much then. So you can actually, because we have 3-5 workshops all the time at the same time. So if one of the flashes would be at that time, okay, but the other flash could be in coffee break time, it could be in the open area, because the atrium is quite big in Swiss, and it could be used like this. And of course there's a smoker's room outside, so it's... Anyway, the Guadalajara flashes were exclusively for smokers, so...
Do a smokers program.
Well, first of all, it is public policy to not encourage smoking. So I suggest we... No. I suggest... No, but I wanted to agree with Carmen. I think it's a very good idea to have the flashes during lunch breaks and coffee breaks as well, and not conflicting with the workshops.
Okay.
And not necessarily in a smoke-only zone, but somewhere where... Okay. So yeah, something like that. I thought they were super at IGF also.
Okay.
I agree 100%.
But then we have to be aware it will be additional. It will be not delete one of the other flashes which are in parallel to the workshop, so they remain. We will add additional slots in the. Why? Because 2 lunch or 2 coffee breaks are not enough time to accommodate all the flash requests. Some, some.
You can reduce the number of competing.
Okay.
So let less of them go inside.
Okay. We have to be aware we can only ask people who have no presentations, because usually those who are organizing a flash want to come up with a presentation. That's what we just experienced. I remember the Guadalajara situation. I also find it very encouraging. And I was actually, and Dusan is raising the hand, I know EuroDIG has experiences with speakers' corners. Yeah. And I think this goes pretty much into this direction, and maybe we can collaborate here that EuroDIG is taking...
I will explain further first.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, possibly there's not a lot to add here. I mean, I think doing it in a speaker's corner sort of format and using the smoker's area, or what the rest of us call the outside, would be good. I'd also perhaps caution against filling all of those slots, and maybe sort of waiting so that there is some flexibility actually on the day, or maybe not on the day, but in sort of the week or two leading up to it, so that if there are issues that are sort of have come to the fore, but people particularly want to speak on, that there is a bit of flexibility there. So I don't think we need to fill every flash space that we possibly have well in advance.
So I just learned we have a new category, indoor and outdoor session. Flow, okay. Smoked. So.
Yes, a very positive experience was last year in Belgrade when we organized speaker corner. It was inside, it was not outside, but nevertheless we are preparing for Ohrid inside the water, one session with floating. No, I'm joking. Speaker corner was a disaster in Belgrade. You was the best one, the best example. So basically during coffee breaks, everybody wants to meet somebody to talk about something, etc. And there is no critical mass to hear what the speakers needs to say. So basically we had 3, 4, 5 people, and a speaker was shouting at the corner, and nobody gets attention to what he's talking, etc., etc. So for next CEDIG we are out of this idea. Maybe if something can be organized in smoking area, because a lot of them are on Southeastern on CEDIG meeting, but also I'm joking, it's not good approach. It feels like that you have time, it feels like that you can fulfill, but in reality you will not get so much attention from the crowd, or any attention from the crowd.
Always get a crowd in the main room.
I mean, the main room has to be. It depends on the speaker, I believe. Yeah, when I saw this speaker's corner in Belgrade, I was like, oh my god, that's a disaster. No one's going to listen. But it's just, you know.
Okay. In order to finish this, because I have another point on the agenda, I would propose we make our list of flashes and see how many requests we finally get, and we'll then decide if we introduce that new format of Speaker's Corner, and we'll then definitely come back to the experience of the CEDIG, and maybe they can already let us know what can be maybe done a little bit better to organize this. Are there any other questions, burning issues on the program? Coffee, no, 15 minutes, because there's, yes. Pre-events have been, I have sent an email to all the 6 requesters. They all confirmed, while number 1 is not going to be a pre-event, it's probably going to be a side event. And as I said already, we have this limited capacity available, which means on day 0 at the moment only 2 hours per pre-event organizer. From the list of 6 or 7 we got already, and we will not accept any other pre-events, because otherwise the people are finding their own room. Because I don't think we have a realistic opportunity to offer more space. Any more questions? But Council of Europe is in there.
So do you have all the signed proposals?
No. Any other questions? Because now it's you can put it the way you want, either funny part or tiring part, finding the overarching theme. Actually, it was always.
No. First this, and then we.
You can discuss during the coffee.
Break.
Thank you very much. Finding the overarching theme was at some points fun. In Berlin it was like an auction actually. People really warmed up, and it was really, I bet more, and I want this and I want this. In Brussels last year it got a little bit tiring. We were discussing for 2 hours and didn't find consensus, and finally the overarching theme is not the killer argument for a good conference. But on the other hand, it proved to be a good thing to have a motto, because if you just have, in a country like Estonia where not many people are aware of what EuroDIG is, if you just say, yeah, we're doing the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, they say like, huh? What are you doing? So you need to introduce somehow catchy topics. These were the topics of the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I don't want to ask you now to come up with something. We can use the coffee break for this. I just want to make one proposal which I was thinking of and which was actually on the website, on the very first website, which was, by the way, working for the first 2 years for Strasbourg and for Geneva, and then we changed to another website, and there was always small, written a little slogan, which was called "Digging into the Internet Future." Not sure if this is a proper English, maybe it should sound "Digging into the Future of the Internet," but the thing was the dig, the EuroDIG, and dig means, but by that time I didn't know that, but dig means real digging like on a building site, and I can tell you already that our party will, under the motto of digging, the 10th anniversary. So, but I won't tell you more. So, this might be an idea to make it short, digging into the internet future, but of course we are happy to hear your ideas and would say we have now a coffee break for, what's the time?
15 minutes.
Would 15 minutes coffee break enough, or do you need half an hour? 15 minutes? Okay. Then we are going to meet here again at 5 past. No, at
yeah, super. Okay, let's continue with this small little exercise of the overarching theme. The sooner we got it, the sooner we can finish. So far, I think it's a very productive meeting and we achieved a lot already. Giacomo, you were pointing to Megan? Oh, come. I am. I will try to type as fast as possible.
I'm happy to give you. I have a proposal, and I'm not fussy about the wording. So it's similar to what you talked about, which is digging the internet future, and that is, and I think it's appropriate given that we're in Estonia, which is a very modern and future-oriented country, and also it's the 10th anniversary of EuroDIG, to talk about something like internet's role in social and economic transformation, or the internet as a social and economic transformer, something like that. I mean, society and industry and the economy is transformed by the internet. So I don't mind how you talk about it, but I think that something like that could be a very useful overarching theme.
Would this keyword match your idea?
No. I said internet's role in social and economic transformation, or as a social and economic transformer, or the internet as a social and economic transformer. It's both.
That's it.
It's transformed both society and economy, so it's also enabled, but I think it's how it's changed, or something like that. But that's an idea.
My idea is also based on what Sandra said before from the little text some 10 years ago. And given the fact that what I found when discussing with people, that internet is more and more considered to be the transport mechanism rather than the services on top. My modification goes digging into the digital future.
Instead of digging into the internet future or future of the internet, digging into the
digital future.
Digital future.
Yeah, I spent part of my life inventing headlines for stories that were usually the headlines promised more than the story. So you have to take this into account. But anyway, I think that at this moment, when we have certain promises of the future and some dangers, I think that we should have something that, a headline that combines both elements. And, well, internet opportunities and threats sounds like a SWOT analysis, but you could also say internet promises and pitfalls. If we want to stress at this moment that we are in Europe and whatever happens in other parts of the world, we still defend the internet with the internet for Europe. And of course, the ultimate alarmist headline would be internet moment of truth.
Shall I write that down? Internet moment of truth?
Thank you. I think they have some value. I like the promises and pitfalls in particular these days. But I agree with Michael. Sorry. If we want to follow the discourse, then we should try and have the digital instead of the internet. So the digital promises and pitfalls, because everybody's now talking about digital societies, and it's just like, I think we should go with this fashion for the time being and leave it then next year.
Sorry. So if we could combine two, so digging into the digital future, internet promises and challenges. I would say not pitfalls, but maybe challenges.
Sorry, challenge to me becomes a word. Everything is a challenge and nothing is a challenge. So in German we would call.
The challenge is if you want to see what the ball is.
Okay.
What about the combination of
You mean a combination digital into the internet, into the digital future promises and pitfalls?
Because I think that digital future is a little bit wider than internet itself. So we have much more digital things than the internet. Then maybe we should stress internet, not digital in general.
Who else? Actually, why not? But there's a G missing. You need a small G after the big G.
That's.
Otherwise
I'm not sure about this.
No, you do, because
Okay.
digging.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's diging. But why not? Yeah, digging into the digital future, double point or whatever this is in English, and then promises and pitfalls, with no brackets. But after future, the double points. How do you call this in English? Colon, and the semicolon is the. Okay. That's a colon.
But then I would rather work with a Bindestrich, because we had Bindestrichs, hyphens. We had that in the.
I would prefer the colon.
Not this.
I'm also for the colon.
Is it because we are? Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Any other Marian?
Just digital futures, promises and pitfalls. Keep it short and sweet. I agree. I like the title a lot, but it looks a bit long.
Yeah, digital futures. The diggers has another historical resonance, which I have no problem with some diggers.
Capitalize
it's EuroDIG,
deep
it refers to
in
Euro.
digital. Digital future promises and pitfalls, but capitalize DIG.
Ah.
Yeah. So it will be future of EuroDIG and digital future kind of double meaning.
Like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Futures, plural, to include diversity and options. Because otherwise you have to put a Z or an R and
Huh?
it gets a bit awkward.
What?
So digital futures with an S. Lots of S's, but it's all right. Digital futures, promises.
And I think once you capitalize, you have a reference to EuroDIG, to dialogue on internet governance, to digital. And here we go.
And it's actually also a self-referential thing, so promises and pitfalls of EuroDIG as well. So yeah, it's very cute actually. This is cute.
Will pitfalls be understood by all people? Because for me this word was new. Sorina is also.
Well, I think that the future should be singular, because futures, they mean
Yeah.
something in trade.
Without an S, right?
What you said about everybody in his bubble. This is the futures. We are all in a bubble.
This is works as an inclusive. And also it's suggesting that there might be more than one future option, which is the contest and the struggles we're in. So it's not necessarily plus in a kind of soft way, it's actually more edgy than that. So
Can you put a question mark after promises and pitfalls? Or are you sure where the promises and pitfalls are?
Exclamation mark.
I think it captures the mood, the zeitgeist quite well actually.
Okay. What do you think, Estonians? What would your community jump on?
Community has left the room.
And the government?
No opposition, so it's decided.
The thing about a title is that it can fit many kind of
It's a good
imaginaries
one, yeah.
and
Short and sweet.
I don't know why we have to have the Bindestrich. Why not the colon, Sandra?
Huh?
Because I do think there is a different symbolism of having a dash. So Sandra, could you tell us a bit more why you prefer a dash? Just because, was it just a question of...
We had dashes in the past already. I'm very familiar with dashes.
Because
This is a different logic.
it's like digital futures,
Yeah.
promises and pitfalls. The dash implies you can keep going.
And
So
if
there's
you-
something there. And digital futures colon means like two sections.
Yeah, and if you go for the logic of the newspaper headlines, it's like this and then double. So the column follows the logic of the newspaper. Like we're talking about this, and this is what you need to know about this. What after this comes after the colon, basically.
So it should look like this.
No,
Doppelpunkt.
Futures.
Futures.
S.
Yeah.
Visually, I like that. A person visually, in graphic terms, design terms, the dash looks quite good. And it allows a flow of, I think, a dash. I was actually thinking a dash.
So that's a dash.
The no, with the dash, not the colon, the dash.
You want to have the dash?
Yeah.
But you were asking for the column.
No, I was asking you if you had a particular reason why you wanted to.
Yeah, because I like dashes.
That's fine.
Let's vote.
So put it with the dash and put it with the colon so we can see.
And governments have double vote.
Good.
So I've just checked this pitfalls word in the dictionary, and it means a type of an animal trap or any hidden dangers. So, yeah, so maybe if someone does not understand pitfall, maybe we can put trap.
No, that's too strong. Pitfall has.
I mean, you can imagine by the if you talk about promises that it's obviously the opposite, and promises. Really?
It means hidden and not easily recognized danger or difficulty.
Yeah, and it's also nice, the P and P. It's like, so it's visually, and the pitfall is something that, yeah, you're made to believe something, but you fall into a trap. Trap is the same, basically, a hidden trap. But pitfall is, I think people, those who don't know the word, they will learn something. So
Okay.
let's look forward. Because they will want to know what that means.
So what I hear that there is already a majority for those two things, and we are just talking about dashes and columns.
Nope. The dash is... No, wait, the column.
Who is for the dash? Who is for the column?
Can we get a consensus here? Can we put the dash and the colon? Let's make it a smiley.
A dash between the columns.
Like this?
Breaking news, double point. Colon.
That's not too bad. Making us. Like this?
Yeah.
But the logic is that the digital future leads to promises and pitfalls. Otherwise, if you have the dash, it's disconnected one from the other.
No, it's the opposite to me. The dash connects it, the colon disconnects it.
There are some proposals from remote. Let's listen to what the remote participants say. Mike?
Thank you very much. Well, there are indeed some for the colon, but there are also additional new suggestions like promises and pitfalls of the digital future, and digital with DIG in capital letters. So, yeah. And there is an additional suggestion, path, comma, route, comma, question, search.
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Well, should I repeat the first one? Promises and pitfalls of the digital future. And digital...
Hang on.
Yeah, exactly. Digital future. Yeah, that's right. It's perfect. That's exactly the...
And the second?
Path. Then a comma. Route. Comma. Question. Comma. Search.
Huh.
Yeah.
Root like this or the root?
Like the root. Like, no, it's root like this. Written like that, yeah.
I think if the DIG is at the beginning, it has a stronger visualization than having the DIG in the middle. Okay, I think we are still with the two. We just have to decide about the column or the dash.
Or if you use the column and the dash the other way around, like it's like a pointing to the next lower.
You mean like this?
Yeah, with a double point, with the column before.
What about this? Is that the HTTP? It's the other way around, right?
Just erase one space between futures and column.
And now?
One space needs to be erased.
Das Leerzeichen noch wegmachen zwischen und jetzt das Leerzeichen zwischen S und dem Doppelpunkt wegmachen.
Ah.
And the B.
Like this?
Yes.
Yeah. Why not?
Why backslash? It should be forward slash.
Like this?
Forward slash. Forward slash, not back. Yeah.
Backslash is Windows.
Yeah, backslash is Windows, exactly. You don't want to be vendor specific.
Wie sieht's aus? Okay. Are we okay with that? Digital future, column, slash, promises and pitfalls.
Should we do a hashtag promises and
There is from remote participation simply a column between all.
We had this already. Hashtag could be an option also, because this also creates already kind of a, instead of this HTTP sign.
How do you do it? Modify the second line.
Yeah, good idea. Where's the hashtag?
Ask an Estonian.
Ah.
Und dann noch vor dem Pitfalls noch ein Hashtag. Noch ein
Because they are highlighted. These are the ones which are under discussion.
I have nothing to say. What happened to the digging part? That was really
I was told 3 years ago that add in writing is very old-fashioned. Now we are 3 years further.
No, but for Twitter, if this is supposed to look like a Twitter.
Then we are again vendor specific.
Yeah, then
I would delete the second hashtag from my.
both they need to be on the same level.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's too much.
Yeah, but here if we use digital futures, hashtag promises, hashtag people, then there should be a column. Digital future column.
Actually, we could use this during the conference. Then we could Twitter under promises and under pitfalls. This.
And is actually superfluous here. You don't need to add. You don't need to add. You can hashtag promises, hashtag pitfalls.
Yeah, but
Yeah, true. Promise, that looks good. Digital futures, promises, pitfalls.
Just one RT on the beginning.
Huh?
Retweet.
Marianne.
Can I just make a stylistic comment? Everybody may not agree. There's a distinction between the title and the various hashtags which are really fun, work well. So, I mean, digital futures dash or colon, promises and pitfalls is a clear title. And then from there you can spin off to the hashtag promises, hashtag pitfalls. I think this title is trying to do too many things. If you put the hashtag in as the title, you've got two dots, two hashtags, and in capital letters. It's, I mean,
Okay, let's do then without the dots, because the hashtag divides it already.
We have someone from remote participation wanted to address. Can you please turn on? Michael, could you unmute yourself? And go ahead. Michael, can you hear us? Hi, Michael. Michael, unmute yourself, please. No, I see you're unmuted, so please, just start talking. Michael, we cannot hear you. Could you please try to unmute everything, not only the WebEx, but perhaps your computer? Hello, okay, you're talking. We cannot hear you.
Tell him to type it in the chat.
He's talking now. The microphone? Could you check? Actually, it's on. We cannot hear you, Michael.
Yeah, ask him to write.
Okay, Michael, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. Could you please write it down and I'll read it aloud for you?
Apparently all the remote participants just want...
I'm sorry.
I agree. I think this is a bit too clever by half.
Too what?
Too clever by half.
Without the column.
No, I think with the hashtags and everything, I think it's trying too hard.
It's trying too hard.
I think we just need to go back to the...
What's the problem? What's the problem?
Just going to take that title of that event and report of it. I mean, this is just too much.
Why?
Signaling. I think we should go back to the journalistic style of.
That's not social media. That's if you want them to tweet, then that looks like a tweet.
We are in e-Estonia.
Look at the average age of people around this room. Do you really want us trying to be social media?
Well, Trump is also social media. So.
Well, 24-year-old social media spin doctorate is social media.
So, okay, first, we agree on the words digital, future, promises, pitfalls. I think that's it. So, we can delete all this which does not talk about it. Digging into the digital future promises and pitfalls was too long. Agreement? Disagreement?
For the options, the journalist way, as far as I understood, Elvana. This would be the traditional option. No?
Digital futures, column, promises, and pitfalls. That is a journalistic way of
I think capitalizing the DIG is novel enough.
Yes. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
How do you feel about utilizing promises and pitfalls?
We actually strictly follow the English grammar, not the American style of capitalizing everything. Make America great again. Brexit style. Okay, so what's... Come on, don't make it too long.
Sorry, there's a proposal online on Twitter. Someone has made a proposal. Lorraine, are you reading the Twitter?
Pardon me?
There's a proposal on Twitter. Arnold van Rijn.
Yeah, I'm reading both, but let me check. Please go ahead. Yes, from Arnold van Rijn. Digging together for Europe's digital future or digging together for a better connected Europe?
Hier rechts größer ziehen. Bis am Rand dran. Ja.
Digging together for Europe's digital future
Ja, da wird das automatisch größer. Ich muss die Schrift.
digging together for a better connected Europe.
Weiter. Oh.
Das war zu viel.
Eins weiter noch. Jetzt.
Jetzt passt.
So, from remote participation, we have some problems here. Sorry also to the ones in the WebEx, as there seems to be some sort of misconfiguration here. So the messages are coming a bit with delay as well. But Michael is also supporting Chris and saying it's too much over the top. Digital futures, promises and pitfalls should be good. Keep it simple.
So, okay, we are back to option 1 or option 2, dash or columns. Okay, again, and now I count. Who is for the dash? 3 are for the dash, and is the rest for the column? Okay, here we go.
Tell them it was a consensus decision.
Please ask our remote participants for that we didn't do a poll. Habermas overarching theme. That's it. And this was quick.
I'm totally pro everything here. I have one remark on the side. If it's possible to use our new font, it's on these screens here, the same text, but it's in the new e-Estonia brand. We use a specific font in which we write all of these texts. So if we could use that font, yes.
Okay.
We can negotiate the price with the secretariat.
We can even, because then we have. This would go along with a change of font in many materials then, but let's do it. Not only for the headline, but also because the headline has the same font as what comes in the text, so. Muss nicht sein, ja, okay. Okay, great, we have the team. Can we go back to screen, to full screen, please? Could you please help me?
Oh, now I see that. Yeah.
Ich hatte das vorhin. Presenters, view, ach hier, use presenters.
Nee. Das brauchst du nicht, weil das ist nur für dich.
Das hatte ich vorhin rausgemacht, richtig?
Warte. Okay. Concurrent.
Wonderful. Okay. No, hang on. Okay, so this is the overarching theme. Not this one. EuroDIG next steps, and I want to go quickly through the things because all what I explain now is also written on the website, and I know we had a long day and people getting tired want to catch their plane. This is the timeline. Mid-February, we hopefully have the consolidated program. From the experience, I know that the discussion took place during the planning meeting was the most valuable input so far. We will receive some input via email, but I do not expect that this is going to be too much. So I assume what we discussed today, this will be more or less it, with maybe some small little changes. If there is going to be a bigger issue popping up,
I would like to reconcile this group of people who have been here today, so that we maybe can re-enter in a discussion, or the Secretariat can get approval if another idea comes up, which is significant, not the dots and the commas, but significant things. Until March, we will start creating organizing team. I said this already. On 1st of March, the registration opens, plus the call for the New Media Summer School, which is organized by Lorena, plus the travel support program. Please let your communities know, especially from Southeastern Europe, that they should use that opportunity. It will be probably 1 month, 1 month I think would be enough. So Rina over there will help us managing the travel support program. She did it last year already, so she's again in charge of communicating with those who will apply. And I can tell you, last year we had 20,000 euros foreseen as travel fund. We didn't use all the 20,000 euros because we accepted applications until this amount, and then we had some drop-offs, and finally it was like 16 or 17,000 which were used, and we could invite everyone, even people who were not from developing economies. Let's see how it emerges this year. We might have higher costs. Traveling to Tallinn is a bit more expensive than traveling to Brussels. Hotels instead are a little bit cheaper. We will see where we are, but we expect already a little bit more, like 25 or 30,000 euros for the travel fund, to especially invite people from economies which are a little bit in a difficult situation, and this includes actually also Portugal or Spain, and also sometimes people from developed regions. If they are students from UK or so, they cannot afford to travel, so these people will be also considered. That's why we say it's not only for developing or economies, but we like to keep it a little bit broader, and also to give an Austrian girl to participate. And yeah, we strictly keep it only to Europe. Outside Europe, we cannot finance this. EuroDIG will happen in 25th of May 2017, the nice city of Ohrid. Is that rightly? Sorina, maybe you want just to say a few words, or Dusan, about it. Lorena, hast du noch das Mikro? As we made the joint call for proposal, we are really going back to the same sort of issues, and what will be discussed in the EuroDIG will hopefully feed into the discussion of the EuroDIG.
Thank you, Sandra. Yes, as we have mentioned many times, we're trying to strengthen the connections between EuroDIG and EuroDIG, and this is why we had the joint call for issues. At EuroDIG, we are also making progress in terms of planning the meeting, which will be actually on 24th and 25th May, so it's a two-day event this time, with some pre-sessions on day 0. We have a draft program already available and shared with some of you here in the room. Comments on that draft program are more than welcome. Going quickly, as Sandra already mentioned, some of the topics that we will be looking into at EuroDIG will also be tackled at EuroDIG, so that would give us an opportunity to bring some Southeastern European voices or input into the EuroDIG meeting. We will have a U-track pending availability of funds. We will look again into introduction to internet governance for our newcomers, access digital divide and telecom market regulation for the day 0. And then for the main event day, we will have 3 main tracks on human rights online, new challenges, fake news, Internet of Things, perspectives, opportunities, and policy implications, short talks with presentations on some specific internet governance issues, and at the end, cybersecurity with national, regional, and international cooperation. This, in short, would be the program for our meeting in May. You are all welcome to join, again, building on the connections between EuroDIG and EuroDIG, and comments are still welcome on the draft program until 5th of February. Thank you.
And it's Ohrid, it's in Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? I forgot to mention.
No, it's in Macedonia.
Oh, sorry. It's Macedonia.
And there will be transportation from Skopje to Ohrid, if that's a concern for anyone.
Okay. Good.
Don't risk another civil war.
Then we will close the registration on the 31st of May, and we are in discussion with our Estonian host that up to a certain time, or for those who register up to a certain time, might be able to get a badge as a Estonian e-citizen card, so that you, if you register, no? Let's see. Okay, so I don't tell more. Okay, and then the meeting in June. Just quickly regarding session principles, only plenaries and workshops, or session principles apply only to plenaries and workshops. Everything else which is called a flash, a lightning talk, a welcome, an education track, or whatsoever, and so that does not apply to these session principles. We will slightly revise these principles again because we did already, stakeholder agenda. Last year, youth was here included. I discussed with Martin Fischer, he's also involved in New Media Summer School, that taking out this youth makes more sense and rather call it stakeholder diversity and not making the youth always a special case and making promises which is then sometimes difficult to keep. But I also spoke to Bernard already. We will do our best with the early planning that young people are really involved even in the session planning, not only in the event and giving a statement or so on. So it has been said, we want to avoid just more of the same. We don't want to have presentation style. I mean, the way we are sitting here, we actually would like to see a workshop atmosphere. A workshop should never be a small plenary with panelists and a stage and things like this. We will have some limitations with this in 3 divided ballrooms. So we probably have to deal with theater style or chairs being in theater style, and we cannot change that because if we move around the chairs and then we have to divide the room in 30 minutes, we have to bring the room together in 30 minutes, then we did this in Sofia. Myself, I was sweating transporting chairs. I mean, this. So we have some limitations here with the big rooms, but the small rooms, they will have a hollow square setting, so this is then more inviting for discussion. Speaker placement, that's really an issue. We know, let's put it the other way around. We want to have interesting people here, but interesting people many times expect to get a speaking slot, and if they don't get a speaking slot, they are not coming. That's difficult. That's why we made the experience we cannot get rid of plenaries as such. We need to have plenaries to give some speaking slots to very high-level people. On the other hand, we even try to be in the plenary as much as inclusive, and this very much depends on the moderator. How he or she is behaving, standing with the back to the people is a no-go. Also, if the room is very dark, the audience is very silent. So we learned a lot over the years what to avoid or what to do to make a plenary most interactive. We must say we are still not there yet. Many plenaries are still talking heads. And we urge session organizers and org teams to really work against this kind of style, but it is difficult because focal points they are doing is on top of their job. They have limited resources. Not everyone who agrees with the concept is really able to transform such a concept into reality. So there are limitations. We are getting better every time a little bit. Also with the help with our subject matter experts, they did already last year save a lot of accidents, let's put it that way, that we had, for instance, a panel with only British people on stage or things like this, or when the focal point was not delivering at all. So we have the subject matter experts who know the concept and who know how to transform or how to create a really interactive atmosphere, but it has limitations. And so if you would like to become member of an org team, please keep that in mind, that we really actually would like to avoid these old style panels and making a workshop a little stage and having speakers invited and all this. Piret, you were organizing a panel last year. This was, by the way, very well organized. It was also among those panels who were interactive. Farzaneh, she was with us remote today. She was helping you as a subject matter expert. Maybe you can also later on share your experience with your Estonian community. We hope to get many Estonians involved in the session organizing process. It's challenging, of course, to take the full responsibility if you have never done it, but even this should be possible. And I know Piret and Carmen are already familiar with the concept of the EuroDIG, so why not taking up responsibility
for a session. Are there any questions so far? I see some people raise their hand. Olivier?
I was just going to say, will there be a timer and loud buzzer in the plenary?
The question was, I repeat because you had no mic, will there be a timer or a loud buzzer?
Beep.
We discussed this already, and we were also thinking about developing a sort of an average shows, because if one person is taking the 2 minutes 10 times, and the other person is taking the two minutes only once, then you still have an unbalance. So the idea was even, I think it was Marco Hogewoning from RIPE proposing it, to have a sort of an average, really shows the speaking time for everyone on the screen, so that you see one person is talking like this big and the other one is talking like this big only. It's a nice idea. It depends on the financial resources, of course. It may also depend on the human resources. I'm not sure. The biggest challenge I would see is the moderator, because we asked the moderator already to take care of a lot of things. Remote participants, including the audience. We have co-moderators. If those person has to take care of graphics or buzzers, if this is not fully automatically working, I have my, but Tanya, Carmen, whoever has a comment, we are really willing to go new ways.
As a moderator, you have to watch who is speaking and for how long and so on in any case. So if there is a graphic or a buzzer or whatever will help a moderator. I mean, it's just from my perspective. Even if this buzzer is not loud, I still remember moderating this big dynamic coalition session in Guadalajara. Just looking at it helps a lot. When the green turns red, you just know what to do, you know what I mean? So if something like this would be, if a moderator will be equipped with something like this, even in the infancy, it will help a lot, at least from my perspective.
You're also talking about only a buzzer, yet without a big app or something, just a buzzer? Also in the plenary?
Or something like this. So, and I have to watch the room. I have to watch the speakers. I have to talk as well. So it's just so much multitasking. Just having something, in front of me on the floor, on the wall, would be very much welcome.
Okay.
Just a little comment. You can use ordinary bells. You don't have to have a technological red and green lights. You can just have the bell, and if you have to moderator has to keep eye on the session anyway, then you can just do this and it's done. It's not even financially that expensive to do that.
My problem is always what I'm using and how I'm watching it, where I'm posting it. I'm a watching moderator.
You just use it, then about 5 minutes is up.
Yeah, hi, could I...
Yeah, but then you have to look at the watch.
Okay.
You need an additional person, a timekeeper.
But you have remote participation moderator. You have a remote moderator.
Yeah, but they are also very busy because they have to follow the Twitter and the WebEx, and this is also very challenging.
Of course, we have been managing for a long time, but
Could you please all try to have the conversation with the mic, because people at the remote participation don't get what is happening.
Could I just also contribute here from the point of view of my experience moderating? All the things you have to keep in mind, one thing, it is quite hard to have the timepiece. But I'm a little concerned about being overly punitive with bells and whistles. I tell you why. Because people who speak English as a second language and English speakers who speak different idioms have different ways of getting to the point. So the moderator has a very intuitive role. All one would need as a moderator is some visual cue when you haven't had a chance to check your own timepiece. But nothing public, no loud sounds. I've seen really overly punitive moderating in other meetings, and it's extremely disempowering for people who are trying to get their point across in a language that's not their own, and for whom I have a lot of respect. So it's just a question of easing the timekeeping for the moderator only. And you just have to let it go. Some people need longer, some people get it done shorter, and at the end of the day, with a bit of luck, it usually works out. Because the principles are very clear in this meeting.
Thank you. I agree with you. This is why I was mentioning Guadalajara, because these green and red lights were visible only to speakers and to the moderator. And then you don't really have to go with whistles, with bells, with whatever, but you just know that this person is probably not going to talk for longer. It's a signal for you, it's a signal for another person. But I'm sure the moderators can go without it and we will be fine and whatever, but still.
Okay, different opinions on that point. We will discuss it with partners, and I think it's also a matter of technical infrastructure we can offer. Okay, PowerPoint presentation. Although I'm having one today, everyone else is not allowed at EuroDIG to present any PowerPoint. No, joke. I mean, if there are some pictures for visualization where you have to say, I have to bring that graphic onto the wall, yes, of course. But what we don't want to have is somebody clicking through 15 slides and then the next one clicking through the next 25 slides. This is a no-go, and Wolf is monitoring the session organizing process. If we realize somebody is discussing presentations, then we stop people. And although we will ask, do you have any slides to bring up, then we are just asking for slides which are very informative and which is a graphic or a video or whatsoever.
Sandra, I think that very much is the role of the focal point, to make that absolutely clear to participants so that the moderator is not confronted with someone who is not being told that that's not possible.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we meant it like this. So
you all have to, I think some of us have to leave to get the
steps process. When we select focal points, they are briefed, and not everybody in the org team may be aware about the session principles, but at least the focal points should be aware about this, and the rest should be communication.
Okay, okay. Then also not more than 3 to 4 panelists, rather include the audience. We had it every year, and even last year when we said we have 5 chairs only on stage. Then somebody tried to make an interactive format called Fishbowl, and finally we have 9 people sitting next to each other on stage. Really, this is not going to work. We don't want to have these huge panels where the audience cannot be included at all just because 9 people had to have their talk first. And from the Secretariat, and bye-bye guys, get your flight and safe travels home. Bye. Thank you for coming. So, if Wolf and the Secretariat focal points, we will really stop people from introducing more, and that's difficult. I mean, this sounds easy, because then those focal point who made probably some plannings already with the speakers or so, then he or she has the problem to withdraw some of the speakers and degrade them, which is actually not a degradation, but degrade them to key participants only. It's a sensitive issue, but we will keep trying hard to follow our own principles. Session roles, it was mentioned already, the focal point. This is the person who takes the responsibility, who says, yes, I'm in the driving seat for this session. He has to make sure that the session principles are observed. It can happen that there are 2 focal points, but this is not ideal. For the Secretariat, it's better if there is 1 focal point. New people which are new to the EuroDIG process can become a focal point, because we will have the subject matter experts which are helping them to get into the process. Or for people who have been a focal point last year for a related session can be a member of the org team and support the focal point to do the work. The org team, I mentioned it already, it's open until the very end. Bye-bye, safe travel. Everyone can become a member, it's open. We would also like to encourage you to invite people from the university, young people, so that even if they just follow, they are at least familiar with the discussion already. And if they say, yes, I stay quiet in the background, that's fine. We will... a lot of communication goes via the email list.
We can offer mailing lists, but it's also sometimes difficult to work with a mailing list because then you don't actually see who is on that list if you join it later. So at the moment we haven't had a better solution than just copying all emails in one thread and then you see who is in, who is out. This has the risk that you sometimes miss people when somebody was added later and you reply to an older thread, then those person is missing. Please, you take the mic.
This is the reason why we have the wiki, because the mailing list is not inclusive and is not transparent to the people outside the mailing list. So for us, it is really important that if you have, for the organization of the session that you're preparing, a relevant discussion to that, you save yourself a lot of time if you include that discussion within the wiki. That's what the wiki is for, so that people understand where you come from, how do you come up with that questions that you put in the forefront of the wiki. So the wiki consists, each wiki site for each wiki session consists of two parts. One part concentrated for the documentation of what you're going to do at EuroDIG, and the other part of that same page concentrates on the discussions that you had to come to that point. And that is really important to be inclusive, because otherwise mailing lists sort of a pro forma way of communicating, but not a multi-stakeholder way.
Yeah. Very good point. And those who become member of an org team or those who become a focal point, we will have a briefing call where we explain the wiki in detail and all this. So there will be a lot of briefing beforehand. Moderator, sometimes the moderator is the focal point, sometimes it is another person, sometimes there are two. We actually propose to have two moderators, one who is managing the key speakers and the other one who is trying to motivate the audience to participate. Moderator has a really difficult and actually needs a lot of skills, and we experienced many times that people who are willing to be a moderator are not necessarily the best moderators. So we will also have an eye on this, because the success of a session really very, very much depends on the skill of a moderator. And the remote moderator, each session needs a remote moderator. If you and your org team have somebody who is willing to do this, fine. If not, the secretariat will help. We have a pool of trained and skilled people who will help to monitor and include those who cannot participate physically in EuroDIG, but who are participating over social media channels. And this not only mean WebEx, as we have it here, but including Twitter, and including sometimes even Facebook, Lorena, right? Okay. Reporter. We have, this is actually very important, we have a procedure for reporting. The reason, and here I have to go to get these messages. These are the messages from each year. And they look the same, more or less, like 3 years. It took a while, because at the beginning of EuroDIG it was a 20-page Word document in font size 10. And we introduced actually the term messages at EuroDIG, and which is now meanwhile adopted by many other of the national and regional IGFs. And we only want to have, if you look at those, we only want to have bullet points. 3 to 5 bullet points, no paragraphs, no text, nothing. For further information, the wiki is the place to store further information. At the wiki we have the transcript. At the wiki you can link documents to which are referring to that. In the wiki you can have a more extensive report. But in these printed messages, and this is what we distribute in Europe and beyond, we only want to have these bullet points with some funny pictures, so that everyone wants, oops, it's there, so that everyone can actually enjoy reading quickly through it, and if a topic of interest is identified, then the person can go to the wiki and have some further reading. Lorena, come. Ah, there we go. Okay. So we have a procedure for this, and those who are assigned to be a reporter will be briefed by the secretariat, but this is also very important. Panelists, we're talking about panelists only for plenary. Key participants, this is the term we are using on purpose for workshops. And they are not necessarily sitting, they are not sitting on stage, they are just around the table contributing from the floor as everyone else. Just that the session organizing team is aware of that some people are prepared to deliver an input. Okay, what's... Okay, we can keep it like this. I'm through. That's it. We are finished. So now we still have plenty of time to answer questions.
Any questions except the usual suspects?
I guess this was a lot of input, and of course, if there are no questions now, you can also raise your questions later. Yeah.
Say a few words about, perhaps you could say a few words about how this next step will be accomplished. That is to say, how the org teams are going to be put together, and what is the role of the subject matter experts there.
Okay. What we were going to do is now, after this program is consolidated by mid of February, I'm going to vacation first. And then we will actually set up the wiki page, introduce a contact email, which is like workshop1@eurodig.org, workshop2@eurodig.org. This contact email will be available on the wiki page. And everyone who wants to become a member of this org team can just write an email to this functional email, and this will go to the focal point and to the secretariat. If there is no focal point assigned yet, and to the focal point we will reach out on an individual basis. For instance, if you look at decision workshop 2, I know behind this is Marco Hogewoning and Thomas Grob, and now we added number 17 from Access, so I'm not sure who is this. Daniel. Okay, so maybe Daniel, if he already agreed, because Thomas Grob was a focal point last year. Marco Hogewoning, I'm not sure if he was ever a focal point, but he was. Okay, so they both have experiences as such, so they could actually help Daniel to become a focal point, because they know already how it works. If Daniel is willing to be a focal point, if not, then we will ask Thomas Grob or Marco Hogewoning to become the focal point for the session. And then the org team at the beginning is very small, but over the course it adds some more people. Sometimes smaller org teams are more efficient than bigger org teams, but there is no black and white. I mean, there's always a gray in between. So what we will do after setting up the wiki and after setting up this functional email address, we will individually reach out to org teams, looking at these numbers and looking at these people behind. Have there been a focal point? Are they new? Can they be mentored by someone else? And if we have problems to find focal points, we will even make a call via the info letter. Please follow the info letter if you are not subscribed yet. We are really not spamming people. We are sending out 1 a month, maximum 2 a month. And in this, really the most important information, when the registration opens, when this deadline ends, and so on and so forth, are in there. And then, once the infrastructure is set up, wiki, focal point is found, we have the subject matter experts in the background, which are helping those org teams to keep the session principles, to keep on track. Subject matter experts are also there, that the focus of the intent, what we discussed today and what will be decided over the next week, that this focus is going to be kept, and not that we start with a Christmas tree and end up with a car. I mean, this is a way we don't want to go. Would this answer your question, Uri? Okay, are there any other questions regarding how to form org teams? We expect to have this finished by beginning mid-March, so that org teams have like 3 months to do the work. And then we will introduce also deadlines when
the first information has to be on the wiki in terms of information about the session. Some keywords, a short outline, a session teaser, org team members, when the headline, because at some point we also need the final title because it has to go into print. So there are deadlines for that. Session secretariat and SMEs will also watch that this is going to happen in the right time. And then regarding the wiki, there is the policy that everyone is invited to edit the wiki, but we know that some people say, no, that's nothing for me, I don't want to do this, I want somebody else to upload the stuff for me. We will have the digital facilitator, someone who is just behind the deadlines and helps you to upload your content to the wiki if you don't want to do it on your own. I know, Mariam, you made use of it, right? Last year. You just send your Word document according to our pattern, according to our template. You want to share your experience? Where is the... And then Katja, was it last year? She just uploaded
Yeah, on the wiki, yes, it's a really important archive. And I really just want to say thank you to Katja. It was Katja, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You still have some work to do. There's still some labour, but it was a wonderful mediation point. So thank you very much. Let it continue.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean you don't have to do work, but it just helps you get it sorted.
Yeah. But some people are keen to do it on their own, and of course everyone can get access to the wiki and can actually, even org team members, you can assign someone in your org team to do the editing stuff. Okay, Giacomo.
I have a question for our Estonian colleagues, the usual one, where they are with the relation with the broadcasters, with our members, Estonian TV and Estonian radio.
Take the mic, please.
What we do usually, if there is any problem in the relations, so we write a letter as EBU to say that this is something in which we are involved, in case they are not aware.
Thanks for this question. We have been sending them information about this meeting here, and also last year when EuroDIG took place in Brussels, we did it. So I don't know if you can. No feedback at all. So if you can, if you want, maybe it would be more efficient also if you would contact them and suggest them to engage with this process. It would be great, but we can also do it like repeatedly. So thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Sandra, you mentioned the rapporteurs or the reporters for each one of the sessions. Could you go over the process by which the output of each one of the sessions then goes into the messages from Tallinn, I guess they will be called this year, and how this then feeds into the NRI, the global IGF?
Yeah. Okay. The reporter. The reporter is obliged to take note during the session, which are displayed on the screen by the end of the session, so that everyone sees it physically. We experience it's not enough just to read them out; you have to see them. And then there is no vote or something like this, but there is consensus. If somebody really objects and says, "No, this is not what we have discussed in this session, I object," then this has to be taken into consideration. Otherwise, how is it called, by acclamation, or the messages are agreed by consensus, by humming?
By broad...
You did the humming? Okay, good.
Broad consensus, maybe?
Important is that these messages are first of all related to Europe and to internet governance. That they are somehow forward-looking. I mean, we had messages already which was like a lot of blah, 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 blah. Well, yes, this is fine, but we want to have a recommendation for the future. I mean, we are the forum who identify trends,
who bring up issues which are going to be discussed by the stakeholders in the future. So we should deliver something which is at least a little bit provocative and forward-looking. And you can also propose goals, activities that can be initiated after EuroDIG. You can even say there was no consensus between stakeholder X and stakeholder Y. This is also a conclusion. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to reflect that everything is great and shiny. You can even say there was a controversial discussion. We could not reach agreement on this. I mean, this is also a message. And then, of course, there must be a rough consensus with the audience. So if there's only one person strongly objecting, but others are all fine, then it's a matter of the focal point and of the moderator to handle this. We cannot interfere too much, just to give you an idea what it's about. And then these 3 to 5 bullet points, they don't need to be agreed afterwards, going through a process or so. The Secretariat requests them 48 hours after the session finished, so that we really have them rather soon and can start developing the messages and bringing them up early.
And then the messages, how are they compiled? Is it just cut-paste or?
Cut-paste.
Cut-paste.
Cut-paste. Cut-paste plus a little bit of pictures and a little bit of statistics from how the process, how many proposals we received, and so on and so forth. But we do not, maximum what we do, delete or edit the grammar, so that it becomes more understandable. If the English is too, we call it Indiana English, if it's too much of an Indiana English. But we also like to keep the style of diversity, that not everything has to be plain and super duper English. It can also sound a little bit rough, because it's not written by someone, which mother tongue is not English. So that's on purpose. Any other questions? Or Ivana, please. Get you the mic. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe I missed it. I was just checking my email. Sorry. How are the organizing teams going to be created? Can one volunteer to be in an organizing team?
Yes. You checked your emails. I went through that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yes.
So you can do that.
Yeah.
And that the deadline for that is mid-February.
There is no sharp deadline. Becoming member of an org team, there is no deadline at all. You can join. Our slogan is always open, always inclusive, never too late to get involved. The slogan was, by the way, created by a employee of the Council of Europe, by our Lee Hibbard. And so you can become a member at any stage. It would just not be appreciated to be, because this also happens very often. People like to become a member on a very late stage and then request a place on the panel. This is difficult. I mean, this is also disrespectful for the org team to come in the last minute, are not really familiar with the process, and then saying, yeah, but I want to be on stage. This is not going to work.
Thanks.
And if you want to take responsibility as a focal point, then you should contact us early. We will contact all submitters again with the consolidated program, explaining the next steps. Please let us know if you want X, Y, Z, and so on and so forth. And any other questions we do bilaterally, okay? Any other questions? Remote? Are there any questions or comments from remote? Hey, then I'm German, sharp in time. What did I say, 5:30 or 5 o'clock? Was 5 the official?
Yes. We have 2 minutes to sing the EuroDIG song.
Okay. So one more minute to say something you would like to say, and then we will finish the meeting very much in time.
Jacopo can sing. Oh, that's the beginning.
Okay, so thank you very much. What Thomas said at the beginning, this was really a small but a very diverse, very high-level group, diverse in terms of stakeholder, geographical age.
this was really great, and also the discussion. It was one of the most interactive planning meetings we had so far, I would say. Thanks to our host for bringing us in this nice and informal but very cozy atmosphere. It's really, I think this makes a lot of the success, the way you are accommodated. And really, really thank you very much. With this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Sandra.